Last time on Beast World, our delvers have been invited to partake in dinner with Berendi Torsten, the leader of Oria. Since they have time to spare, the group decide to settle into the tunnel market for the time being for some food and shopping. Vegas's nose leads them to a remote stall in one of the alleys where they find a possum woman selling hearty bowls of noodles and soups. The market vendor, Sylvia, welcomes them to Jaegerwald and informs them about going-ons within the city. There's a mention of the Circle of Rage, a group of esteemed hunters turned criminals that operate out of Jaegerwald and cause problems for the Bacto of the city. She also says that the group should visit one of the Covenant forges at some point and get an appreciation for the Orient craftsmanship for magical weapons and armors. Vanya inquires about books, and Sylvia mentions there's a library as well between the triples and the gardens. Vegas, meanwhile, offers to advertise their stall at the next SHL fight, which Sylvia is very appreciative of. The group decide to go clothes shopping for their dinner tonight, with some finding good traditional Orient clothing, while others finding a mix of Brethren and Orient. With their business concluded, the party returned to the wagons to find Deidre and head off towards the pits to learn more about Vegas's next SHL match. Once there, the party are treated to a private booth in the Fighter's Lounge, behind the scenes where Vegas meets their next opponent, Ajax. A dark-skinned brethren with very traditional-looking gladiator armor, but no apparent weapon. Ajax is excited for their match and says that they can get set up tomorrow no problem. Ajax also inquires about rumors that he has heard of about attacks against brethren coming out of Alamance, to which Vegas says that they should talk about after their match. Charlotte decides to head back to the wagons for something. Sonya accompanies her, saying she's going to grab her stuff and find a place to stay. Meanwhile, Vanya follows closely behind, unnoticed. Charlotte, once alone, starts to prep another augury spell, inquiring the Arcana about finding her husband's father. She pulls the Hermit, a sign of good fortune with patience. Once regrouped, Charlotte mentions to the party about her desire to find Samson's father, and how her and Samson had fled Vigno when her mother unleashed necromantic powers upon her house. After a long talk amongst the group about Charlotte's ordeal, Matteo arrives to guide the group to the seat of the hunt, an ivory throne made from the wood of a heartleaf tree that overlooks the main entrance to Jaegerwald. There, they meet with Berendi Torsten, a young but commanding Servine, and one of the public mages and hero of Oria. He offers them hospitalities and food, and gets to learn about the group and how they came to be. Charlotte brings up that they had a fatal encounter with Madu Iskar and the Cult of the Black Rose. Both Torsten and Matteo seem concerned, but are thankful that they have been informed of their activity to the west. The group also bring up the Mammoth encounter, and Matteo and Torsten say that they are still trying to figure out what's causing their migration. When inquired about strange groups, Matteo mentions there is a group of brethren that live in the mountains nearby, but he doesn't believe that they are involved. Matteo inquires about their adventures in the Delve and the creatures they encountered. Vanya shows him their monster journal, who takes deep intrigue into it. He thanks them and mentions he is open to taking them to the dungeon archives after dinner. With that, your dinner with Berendi Torsten comes to a close. Is there any last words or any last questions? Anything you want to bring up to the Berendi before you leave?
Not that I can think of.
I've pretty much spoken everything I did last time.
Does the Burundi know anything about Sealy?
You mean like the Sealy?
Yeah, the Sealy.
Don't know. You could ask.
Burundi, do you know anything about the Sealy?
Kind of like looks up from his drink for a second. You mean like jackals?
Yeah.
Not particularly, no.
Hmm.
Most of the jackals I know are from the Battle of Bluebell Valley during the
Right.
Invader War. But beyond that, I don't see jackals very often.
He said smugly smiles in the background.
Interesting. Are you at least familiar with the language?
Can't say that I am.
Alright, never mind then.
It is curious, though, that you're asking me these questions and not your companion over there.
I mean, she was there. She knows just about as much as I do. I'm just going around asking important looking magic people about it.
That's understandable, I guess. Anyone else?
Ski's got her attention. She's going to be looking for answers in other places. Doesn't need to be outright asking anyone anything right now.
Alright. Does not sound like there are any further inquiries, so dinner draws to a close. Brindy Torsten thanks you for your time and getting to meet you, as well as extra information that you provided, particularly about the cult activity. He says that he will definitely have people keeping closer watch on stuff like that going forward. In the meantime, Mateo cleans up and heads towards the door, leading the way. Did you want to visit the Hall of Acquisition tonight? Plenty of time. Probably several archivists about.
Yeah, Vanya will perk up at that and look over to Husky. Do you want to go tonight?
I don't think there's anything to lose in going now.
I do not see why not.
Not to mention we are busy tomorrow.
And we do have the evening to kill.
Alright, splendid. Let's make our way down. And Mateo will lead down from where the throne is, heading back into the city proper. Where is Airwall? Alright. So you head back in, and it takes a bit of walking, given the distance that is the entire city of Jaegerwald. And you eventually walk past the open layer where the surface of like the mountainside is, where you guys originally went to the SHL arena at. And you go further in past what looks to be a giant indoor lake, an underground lake. And there are many different, like, summer stones that you can see, like, jutting out of the walls. And it's providing not only the source of light, but a good source of warmth as well. further into this lake layer, you do see a carved out section that seems to take further down. And there is a very familiar looking insignia carved into the doorway of this descending staircase. It is the symbol of the Dungeoneers. Mateo leads on the way downwards, taking great care with the steps. Do you have something you want to say?
Is Marisha with us?
Yes. She was with you at dinner, so she'd be here now.
I didn't know the Dungeoneers had like a whole place here. I didn't hear of it the first time I was here.
As far as I'm aware, they have a setup in most of the major cities now to help compile information. It at least helps with the dungeon expeditions.
It makes sense. I'm sorry, I was not here very long, and it is a long city.
It is very hard to see all of Vault in one passing.
Especially when you stick to one side.
You descend down the staircase, I want to say, probably about 50, 60 feet. It's a decent length, and you spill out into what looks almost like a very vast library. It is very different from the Dungeon Decorum that you saw in Louvain, where it was practically a wizard's tower. This seems to be more of a collection of information. You do see some cases here and there that have, like, display cases that have many different, like, strange-looking artifacts in them. There's a couple people moving about, a couple of scribes and such. One particular individual catches notice of Mateo approaching and rushes over, and you see before you a brass dragon dressed in Orient clothes. Very, very, like, bluish hue to him. And he bows and greets Mateo.
Cute.
It's good to see you. I wasn't expecting company this late. You brought a whole entourage with you, again. Of course, Cass, I enjoy seeing delvers around the city, you know. And of course, they always end up in your direction anyways. Well, I guess it's the good thing as well. And he kind of, like, leans over and just takes a quick guess, like, just looking at everyone, and then he stops when he sees Marisha. You are very far north. And she smiles and just kind of, like, bounces over. Hey, Cass, yeah, I got into some trouble. These delvers helped me out, so I just need a way to get back to Louvain. Yes, we'll get you through to the junction, but you'll have to tell me about this in a second. Who is this delving crew that is responsible for your rescue? No one immediately answers up. Marisha will just kind of, like, bounce in your direction, just arms outstretched, and just, like, be like, this is the Astral Pact.
You can feel Aspen rolling their eyes.
Vanya gives a little wave at that.
He said offers a little bow.
A curtsy from Charlotte.
Just a wave from Aspen.
At your service.
It's surprisingly modest for delvers. But I guess
think I
every
may-
group is eccentric in their own ways.
I think I may be more showy in other places. I just feel too at home at the moment.
That makes sense. Well, I'm Casabella. I am the archivist for the Hall of Acquisition here in Jaegerwald. So, let's head towards my office. That'd be a little bit quieter back there. And the dragon starts to wander off that way, with Mateo following in tow. Rish is just kind of
Alright.
like bouncing up and down.
Question: is it really busy in the archive?
There's a decent amount of like scribes moving between different areas, like either like moving scrolls about, adding new stuff onto like displays, or just kind of like cleaning the area. It's not super loud at the moment, but there is a decent amount of activity.
Dude must have a hell of an office to fit all of us in there.
On the way there, what sort of... It's like got shelves with books and other things on it, right? I'm assuming.
Yes, there are bookshelves lining the walls, and then there's bookshelves like creating like corridors almost.
On our way towards this office, is there anything that might catch my eye as to being different or like out of the norm for being in somewhere like this?
Out of the norm for a collection of like dungeon information?
Yeah, like anything that from the title alone kind of stands out a bit more, or
Okay.
like that could be interesting to someone trying to look into fiends specifically.
Got it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Give me a perception check.
Oof.
There's a lot of books, and some of these shelves go very high up. It's kind of hard to see. A lot of they're pretty tall ladders that
My
go around as
scenario.
well.
I get it. Yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to see.
Yeah, I will say that the tallest like bookshelves in here you see go at least like 15 feet up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This feels more like a library than it does similar to like the dungeon decorum. Because again, they seem to be focused a lot more on the magics of the dungeon as opposed to like just information in general. Whereas this just seems to be a huge collection of like archived knowledge. But Cass leads further back into a fairly large circular office that has been carved out of the side. One of the doorway actually exists in the wall right next to where the library, the bookshelves are. So the bookshelves like run across the wall, but there's this carved out section where his door is. So it's just, they're making as much use of the space as they can. But he steps inside, lets everyone in, and then closes the door behind him. Okay. So what kind of trouble did Marisha get up to?
Oh, you know, the usual necromancy and betrayal and getting lost in Magic Forest.
Necromancy and betrayal? What?
You handled that very modestly, Aspen.
They did?
I just thought that was a bit rough for you.
Detachment helps.
To add a bit more clarity, we were told where Marisha was, or at least could have been, and went to investigate. We found a forest that was affected by some sort of magic. It made it hard to navigate. Someone that we had previously trusted turned out to be the controller of some sort of undead creature that he made, and we had to kill him, and that's how we got the ability to get Marisha out of the woods to begin with.
It was Madhu Iskar, if you know of him. Or, I suppose, knew of him.
It's troubling to hear, and also a little disappointing. Marisha, I thought you knew better than to go looking into those woods. And she kind of, like, flattens her ears for a second and was like, well, to be fair, Madhu did trick me. He was convincing me that there was some kind of dungeon creature moving about in the woods. So I tried to see if I could find a dungeon. Okay, well, was there anything else involving this area? Was there no dungeon activity at all, I take it?
Well, it is definitely cursed or enchanted in some way. And it may not be gone for good.
He did mention it was still alive, though I think that was him trying to scare us.
Given his associations with the cult of the Black Rose, I don't think he was lying.
Cass's eyes
He's
light up when
paying.
you say that, and he glances towards Mateo, and Mateo just kind of, like, gives a solemn nod. Well, that's very good that you took care of that. Okay, I will make sure to jot this down in the report. I know Dr. Escugo will want a copy of this.
Oh, let me. I'm gonna copy something out real quick, and she's gonna copy out the notes on the beast itself, and then hand that over, sort of as if this can help any. Here you go.
But he takes it and looks it over. This is the creature that you encountered.
Yeah, it didn't really have a name, so the beast. But it had a way of making people attack each other when they didn't want to, and it would mark people. It felt like for hunting.
Wait, does that mean we get to name it?
I guess.
The only one around who could have given it a name has met their demise already, so, in absence of anyone else, I suppose.
We should call it the Vaski, based on the way you two obliterated it.
She'll look at Espen and kind of blink a little bit.
What does that mean?
It is a combination of their names.
This isn't like a new animal. This was a horrible monster.
Yeah, but if it's not dead, then I don't know. The beast kind of works, I guess, but it's kind of
That's-
vague.
I mean,
There
We
are
are
many
beasts.
beasts.
there is. I mean, it was a horse with a skull. It was able to replicate parts of itself or create shadows of itself.
She's gonna
Yep.
look at a ski as Charlotte's talking.
It could be. There's a story from one of my first wagon companions about the first creature he had ever seen from a dungeon. It was called a nightmare.
Well, then that's already got a name. That would be using a different creature's name for this thing.
Well, what if there was like a mix out like Night Terror or Night Fright? No, Night Fright's too silly.
Whether what we saw there is truly unique or not, having some name to call it by will make it easier to talk about.
Ah, the Vasky.
And
True, yes.
I don't know if we should give it a silly name because if it comes back and someone dies to it, do you want to be killed by something called that?
Yes.
I think it
Why do you think their
works.
names are silly?
It's clear you're mixing two people's names.
Duh. And do you think they have silly names?
No, but I wouldn't call like
They're supposed to be your friends.
the monster's not our friend.
No, but Vanya and Aski are, and you're saying they have silly names. Surely if the names combined are silly, then individually they must also be silly.
Maybe if they come up with a dish or something, but we're not going to name some horrible entity that.
But it recognizes their accomplishment.
Oh, I guess it's up to the two who have apparently named it.
What do you think, Aski?
Well, I'm certainly not opposed.
And the Vasky is?
And consider my opinion void.
I think it's kind of cool in a way.
Okay.
Besides, it was large and spooky, and if I... I cannot think of anyone more spooky to name it after.
Well, this is unfortunately not a dungeon creature. So, its information is going to not be as particularly useful for us, but I believe Mateo here may have better use for this.
Naturally. For a crew of delvers, we have quite the habit of encountering things that are not quite the dungeon, but close enough for our purposes.
Is there anything in that forest that delvers, or at least the locals, would go to for? Or is it something that everyone steers clear from?
Most locals have steered clear of those woods for the last 300 years.
Ever since the town was lost, I assume.
While it is fascinating to hear that you lot came out of it, I think people will continue to steer clear of it for now.
Understandably so.
I wouldn't go near it.
But we
And
are
so
glad
the
that you.
evil lying with
We are glad that you
Hey,
did find Marisha. It's always good to keep our scouts in check, at least. Marisha, can you go and fill out the logbook, since you're technically checking in here to the archives? And she nods and just kind of like bounces out of the door. I'm sorry, you were saying?
I mean to say that doing that, well, it'll mean those woods will still be a decent hiding spot for anything of the sort. At least not to us, though.
Mateo chimes in at this point. I will probably have some local war mages set up scrying orbs in that area, so we can keep eyes on it just in case somebody tries to set up shop again.
It's a good idea.
The reputation of the Lost Wood doesn't exactly disappear in a day.
But, Cass, these particular doublers are, interesting from the other ones that I've encountered. They've seen some very peculiar things, in their dungeons. Show him the colossal thing that you fought.
Oh, Vegas has a picture of that.
Cass is like interesting, like leaning forward on his desk at this point.
Vegas!
Did we lose Gao?
Hello? Yeah, sorry,
Hi,
could you
dog.
repeat that? My shit was breaking up.
Mateo was mentioning that your group had seen some interesting things in the dungeon and was asking for you to show Cass the Titan that you fought.
Oh, for sure. I'll whip out the scrapbook and flip to said page. There it is. Kind of blurry. I was in the middle of a maelstrom.
Difficult to make out details, but the size scaling is surprisingly on point.
It was huge.
Vanya flicking through the book quickly to drop it on the table at the right page for the the monster as well.
Oh, you also have notes on this. Fascinating. Most doublers just go in, clear the dungeon, get loot, and leave. Very few actually have present information like this. Mateo is right, you are interesting delvers.
Dashi has been very diligent note taking.
I personally believe that nobody will believe me unless I show them.
It was really big, and I've got to be honest, I even know you kind of well now, Vegas. I wouldn't have believed you.
To be honest, I probably wouldn't have either. Creatures of this size are not usually seen in the dungeon.
Some of us got to ride on orcas while we were fighting it.
Fascinating. You said orcas, like whales.
Mm-hmm. They're still in Lake Rhineblast, I think.
They somehow were capable of leaving the dungeon and just left on their own. They were very friendly.
Well, that does track for some more docile dungeon monsters. Some can leave the dungeon if the dungeon closes up. They just kind of go about their business. Many of them are not as hostile at that point.
This dungeon was also opening more than once. There was another crew, the Crescent Divers. They cleared it out. I think they said twice, and then the third time it came back, it was proving too much for them. That's when we stepped in.
The dungeon kept opening.
Mm-hmm. Similar but different every time, apparently.
And wasn't it also changing structures?
Mm-hmm.
That is somewhat worrying. The only other dungeon in the Beast World that we have actual records of it persisting or changing is Dungeon Town.
I've heard about that one.
Pretty big.
Yes, Dungeon Town is still not fully mapped. We are not entirely sure how far it goes, and it persists and it changes. But if something like this is happening elsewhere, that could be concerning, especially if it continues to come back.
It does also mean, however, that if something like it does happen again, all that needs to be done is to be able to delve effectively enough to reach its true core. And that seems to put an end to it.
And from what we've seen, it seems to be some large monster in the end.
That is a little concerning. Again, the dungeon has made big monsters before, but this seems overkill.
What's the largest monster that's ever been produced by a dungeon?
Kind of up there. He takes a second and he goes to pull up like a pretty sizable looking book up onto his desk at the moment. And you can see that this is very, not quite as similar to what Vanya has, but it has a lot of detail into it. And there's all sorts of different monsters being listed. He seems to go through it piece by piece. It is a little hard to say. I'd say maybe perhaps probably like a boar worm, which is maybe about 30 to 40 feet.
Oh,
Wow.
and that's been outside?
No, it is usually contained within the dungeon, which I imagine that thing was as well.
We hope.
I understand that dungeons aren't always consistent, but it essentially had Sahuagin fish-like folk raiding a village.
And you said this was where again?
Lake Rhineblest. The monsters were attacking, blanking on the name, Gaverny village.
It wasn't... That was the strange thing about it. It wasn't just creatures just coming out and, being hostile. It was more organized.
Coordinated. They had a scrying pool inside.
They had those
Yes.
squid things.
Hmm.
The squid heads.
What squid things?
And yeah,
Magic
flicking
users with
through
octopuses for heads is the best I can describe it.
points of set instead. Should be to it.
And they may not be actual monsters of the dungeon. Maybe.
Mermaid, do you have a log of these squid things?
She's gonna flick through and kind of point to the entry. I am gonna find it real quick so I can read a little. Actually, can't. Where? Oh, there. They seem to do something psionically, like reach into people's heads. It wasn't great. They didn't talk, but there's a hooligan around them. Seemed to look to them and then follow orders that I didn't hear, at least. I don't know if they've got a similar thing to, like people like myself, like Marines, being able to talk with our faces, but I don't think so. They were pretty powerful spellcasters, but they were fragile, so they kind of crumpled if anyone got hold of them properly.
You're just watching as, like, Cass flips through this book repeatedly, and he's going page by page by page, and he's getting pretty deep into it. I don't have anything on those.
Oh, and they hovered rather than walking.
Mateo, do you have any insights into this? This seems peculiar, even for dungeon activity. I mean, it could be something new. Mateo nods for a bit. There's a long pause, and then he looks back to Cass. Well, they sound a lot like the Kathir that came over during the war. They're part of the, I guess, the commanders or generals of the invaders.
Stragglers,
Which
maybe?
certainly supports the theory of them being interlopers in some way.
Maybe that explains why they were attacking the village as well.
If they are able to communicate telepathically, they might be able to override the dungeon's controls over its creatures. Maybe they were using the dungeon itself as maybe a hideout or a base or something.
It certainly had taken on the structure of a barracks more than the standard dungeon.
Yeah, they had sleeping quarters in different places and beds, which I didn't expect to see.
Do you think they? That dungeon was not around for very long? Was it for just a few weeks?
I think they said a couple of days. I don't really remember.
But not only does it appear, but apparently they're able to get in and have it all organized.
Well, you said this dungeon resurfaced several times.
Correct.
The other Delvin crew, the Crescent Divers, you said, did they encounter these creatures as well?
Yeah, one of them did.
Mm-hmm. He said he saw them, but none of the rest of his crew believed him. I think he was Mendez that saw them. I think he spoke to the others more than me.
Out of character, it was Ibon.
Ah,
It was the Oat Vein.
well, I still go with Mendez.
Well, I'm wondering if they've figured out a way to maybe manipulate the dungeon, maybe keep it from closing, which is why it resurfaced again.
Oh, we saw there was that other person we saw, the traveler, people are calling him.
Cass raises like one eyebrow. The Traveler, huh?
Yeah.
Appeared, killed one of those things, and then just left without a word.
Mm-hmm.
And so, assuming that whatever was in there was subverting the function of that stretch of dungeon, and the traveler was attempting to set things right, adds more to the theory.
If it weren't for the fact that you came to me with a pretty sizable amount of very detailed and accurate, somewhat accurate anyways, information, I would assume you were all pulling my leg. You speak to Dr. Excuga, I bet.
We did.
His obsession with the Traveler is a bit, grinding for me. I
Well, we
get
should've-
many inquiries about delvers who have seen the Traveler, and it really bogs down my work.
Then, I mean, we should probably send the information to Dr. Skuga then.
If you must.
Is he gonna talk to you about it if we do?
I mean, we could meet him. It depends
I
where he
mean-
is right now.
He will probably talk to me regardless. But I'm not as keen on the Doctor's obsession with this mystical dungeon being.
Well, I've seen it. So I have
Yes, and every other
interest-
delver who has walked into here has said that.
I can get why it'd be annoying.
Believe what you will.
I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Are all of the books out there, and she motions to the door, about the dungeon, or is there things other than the dungeon out there?
It is mostly compiled information about the dungeon, its history, denizens, logs from delving encounters, from other well-managed crews as well. As much information as possible. It is history, even if whether or not we get rid of the dungeon for good, keeping records like this benefits us in the long run. There might be some overlap between some stuff with the dungeon and perhaps stuff related to maybe the Black Wild or stuff like that. But for the most part, it is mostly dungeon. If you
Is that
are
overlap because there's a nature in some of these dungeons, do you think?
correct. The dungeon is still so strange to us. Its ability to make a nature that Varanet has no control over is both interesting and also terrifying.
It's a lot like the dungeon in the Bristol Inn, then. That was filled with undead.
Bristle Inn had the dungeon, you said.
In its storeroom, yeah. That's where we all met.
Interesting. I haven't been to the Bristol Inn in some time. The guest book there is very old, though. One of the oldest buildings, I believe, in all of Alamance. It's interesting, though, that the dungeon took its time to show up in there. At least there was no damage, I take it.
The proprietor got hurt a little bit, but the rest of it was fine. He's okay now. But well, I think so.
I would assume if you left in one piece.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well. I will definitely archive this information about the Kithir, as you mentioned, and see if there are any other strange tamperings occurring. Any of your traveler information you may want to forward to Dr. Iskuga.
Absolutely.
We do have a sending network set up here, so you can contact him. I will just have to get one of the
Oh.
scribes to give you access to the room.
Well, will that take long?
No, not really.
All right. I mean, I can do it.
All right. Any other peculiar things?
Sort of a slow head shake, not that I can think of.
Out of character, are we omitting or concealing the artifact that you found? Or did we forget about it?
Oh, that's easy. We forgot about it.
I'm
Yeah, for sure.
omitting it.
But because I've forgotten about it, Charlotte's gonna go off to get the sending.
It was me, the DM, being like, I can't tell if they're being cagey about this or if they legitimately forgot that was a thing that was in their wagon.
Araki forgot.
Aspen just wants to keep it, so it's maybe not saying things. Gotta learn to use it, unlock the superpowers.
Cause a tsunami.
Right.
I mean, accidents happen.
Yeah, sometimes the ocean comes to visit you.
Hey, why's the tide going out so fast?
It's leaving.
It'll be back. So, promise, not a threat.
I guess we're
That's
admitting it then.
omitted. Yeah, that's
Alright.
I made by choice and by forgetting.
Little column A, little column B. Alright. Okay. Well, if you do come up with anything else while you are in Oria, let me know. This information has been very useful. You could also possibly check with some of our other scouts and maybe procure leads while you're here.
We could.
I do
Although
have
we should
one-
just.
Go on.
We should probably maybe discuss that after Vegas's match, maybe?
Mhm.
Because I don't know if Vegas is going to be on standby or we'll have to go to another match. And I don't want to get us, split in two ways.
I reckon I'll have time before my next match.
It's more depending on where it's gonna send us, right?
Hmm.
It's not like you're going to have a match in Lar.
If we
That'd
have
be
to,
fun.
if we have to go out there though, then we best know before we go, right?
Well, yeah, and that's Dion's on top of it. Deirdre's on top of that.
Well,
I
most
do-
of our local scouts are going to sell leads that are within this region. I don't think you're going to get any specific Alar ones unless you are being hooked up with scout contacts from probably down there.
Hmm.
Also,
Something
the
we can
junction
ask
gate doesn't
about.
go to Alar, so that is a long trip.
I have no expectations.
A lot of places are a long trip from here if we don't use that. I did have a question, just one.
Mhm.
Do you have any records of creatures using, non-dungeon creatures using the dungeon as sort of a headquarters or a lair?
Not like this. especially not like this. I mean, there have been some recorded instances of, like, wild beasts, like, quiet-minded creatures that have holed up into where a dungeon has created a burrow in the ground. It is very easy to access shelter.
So nothing more intelligent that you'd know of?
No.
Because there was a dungeon in Dole, not that they'd want to let you know that had a fiend that kept escaping the dungeon to kill out in Dole itself. It seemed intelligent. I don't know if that's just me still learning what dungeon creatures can be like or not, though.
He steps up for a second and looks towards, like, another bookshelf that's set up behind him. And he pulls up a black leather book and pops it open real quick. You said the fiend, and it moved from outside the dungeon and killed people, but it used it like a lair?
It would leave the dungeon to kill people and then would go back to it, yeah.
Interesting.
It sucked the color out of people, literally. Made them and their clothing black and white.
That sounds like something in nature, wouldn't it?
It
Well,
starts
that's what I'm saying,
flipping
it's a
pages
fiend.
Yeah.
very quickly. You said it drained the color from its victims.
Mm-hmm. And it had command over some, or at least in the dungeon with it, were other shadow-like creatures. The shadow hounds and these weird... I don't know how to describe them, they were hideous though.
Well, according to the lore I have here, and he's flipped through to a particular page, and he presents, like, imagery for you, and you can see what looks to be a very devilish-looking winged figure with horns, made of shadows and such. Very similar to the creature you encountered. Anything like this?
Exactly, almost.
Well, you have to excuse my nature. It's very surprising that you all are alive. It's given everything you've run into. This particular creature, the demon, is a Lord of Shadow. They will generally create a hunting ground where they will begin creating shadows from victims, allowing them greater control over an area, and usually will feed on people at night.
It was definitely doing that.
Well, I think by now we've proven ourselves to be more than just the average delving crew.
Yes, well, it is good that no one was, I guess, possessed by it as well, because they can attach themselves to individuals, which is how they
You
get
said-
around.
They possess people.
They can. And
And-
sometimes the host isn't even aware they have been latched onto. It's like their own shadow is following them.
Ah,
Looking at ASCII.
Oh no.
out of
So-
character, I think Aski is very much aware.
This is
I
typical
don't have issues with it.
behavior of these things.
Usually.
Like, this has happened more than once.
Mm, they are rare creatures. Usually they're named. Looking through the book, for instance, one that was encountered in Arnaria in particular, named Deathrock, was driven out by local paladins, but they did not confirm his demise.
Our character, wasn't that the same name as our one? Also, did we know its name in character?
I don't think it said its name, no.
I don't think it did.
No,
But
but
that was his name, I'm sure.
Valkeel said that was his name to Ski, so she knows
Yeah.
that. I don't think
but
any
we
of the
don't know.
others do.
None of us do.
That sounds right.
Ah.
God damn you sheep, bring it up.
So, it could just be the dungeon mimicking this thing.
Could a dungeon do that?
It mimics undead, why not fiends?
I mean,
It's
it
very
could be
specific.
possible, but you also said this creature actively left and returned to the dungeon.
Well, I think the Sahuagin we killed in and outside of the dungeon in Lake Rhineblest, they left the dungeon to go attack, so I assume they could have gone back.
True.
But can a dungeon actually emulate a person entirely?
Well, it's a type of demon, it's not.
For willful creatures, unlikely. Demons we don't quite fully understand, but for the most part, most demons are non-willful entities. They cannot change their nature in any way, so they are blueprints the dungeon could theoretically copy. It would be very strange for it to pick these individuals, though.
Fair. So it could have just been a... Thing is, the dungeon itself stopped being when we got rid of this thing, so... That's if it was even a dungeon.
If that was meant to be an imitation, then certainly a convincing one.
Yeah, that thing messed us up.
This is going to sound really weird, and I'm going to have to ask without any mocking. Are crocodiles native to Alamance?
Probably near the Glaswernish area.
So
There's more swampy territories there.
one being all the way down in Dole is not so likely.
In the Sodas.
We did have...
There are swampy areas in Vino, and Dole is right on the border there.
We also had orcas in the lake, and aren't orcas sea creatures?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, well, if they are in the lake and they are not dungeon creatures, then they will probably be dead soon, because they can't survive in that type of water.
Oh.
But if they're dungeon creatures, they're probably adaptive, so...
We found out they were dungeon creatures, right?
No.
Oh no! We're either gonna see like 3 beached orcas, or we're gonna just see them.
They
Frolicking
died free.
around.
They died free willies. It's okay.
I feel
like
either
that.
they are from the dungeon and they will survive and they will be fine, or they are not from the dungeon and village will have good extra food source for a while.
Right.
Personally, I'd like to imagine that they all went home.
Yeah.
They seemed fairly happy when they left, so I am inclined to believe they survived.
Well, that was all I had to ask, really.
He closes up the book and sets it back up onto the shelf. Well, you are definitely a interesting group. That is for
All of
certain.
us.
Thanks, I'm trying my best.
Do you have more of your crew?
Just one. He's
Uh,
away on family
yeah.
business.
Also unusually large crew, but I guess that's not particularly surprising given the ordeals you've gone through.
Far better adapted for succeeding where other crews fail.
I do not think we are unusually large. I mean, some of us are very large, but some of us are very small, so the average is fairly normal size.
You're so funny, Aspen.
What?
Well, this has been very enlightening. Anything else you'd like to bring up?
Not personally.
Well, I do thank you for the information you've provided. I will ensure that what is needed will be archived away, and I will get you access to our sending network so that you can contact Dr. Escuga. Just make sure he's not, like, going to send any more of those flyers over here.
I'll add that to the message.
Kind of, like, pulls out a drawer on the side of his desk, and it's just stacked with those same flyers that you were given back in Louvain. I'm not particularly keen with his obsession.
Well, I'll. Should I say that you said it?
If you think he'll listen,
I mean, if I'd be honored if he just listened to me.
whatever cools his jets.
All right,
What's a jet?
like jet streams.
Huh?
Never mind. Anyways, Mateo, thank you for introducing me to more Delvers, as per usual. We do need to discuss a few things. I will have a scribe take you to our sending network.
Very well then. Going to turn to the others. I'll be back shortly. Feel free to look for wherever you need.
Mateo just kind of like opens the door for you.
Yay. So how does this like exactly work? I'm very curious. Is it just a sending stone in a box?
Well, once everyone vacates the room, back into the hall, a scribe will come over to you at some point and look amongst your group. One of you, Charlotte.
That would be me.
Yes, Cass messaged me a second ago. Told me you needed to access the sending network.
Yes.
Okay. This way. You'll head over towards a fairly normal-looking door. It just kind of very simple, doesn't have any signage, anything on it. But when he goes up to the door, he begins to, like, cast a spell of sorts. And you see there are various, like, hidden ruins that are not visibly carved into the door start to light up. And then once they complete their sequence, the door unlocks. They have this very, very protective warding in place, it seems.
I see.
He opens the door and steps through and beckons for you to follow.
Yep, head right in.
He will close the door behind, and he will repeat the spell to ensure that the door stays locked. Okay. I don't imagine you've used this before. We don't have many of these.
Admittedly, I have never done such a thing.
He will come over towards a large covered object and pull the covering off, and you will see in front of you what looks to be like a very ornate mirror, but it's strange. It's carvings that make up like what would be sort of like a normal design for like say a vanity mirror. They're very jagged, not sharp per se, but more like they're weird geometric shapes that are put onto it. There's no actual pattern here. It's very strange to look at. This is one of a few that we recovered from the Broken World. It allows for cross communication.
Oh.
The shamans were very kind to set these up for us.
So do I just speak into this, or do I deliver a message some way?
He reaches over and he starts to like mess with a knob that you can see on the side of it. And after a second, the mirror itself begins to like flash brightly before dimming, and then you can see what appears to be the inside of an office on the other side. And you can see slightly out of like the peripheral edge of the mirror a familiar silver figure. And then he kind of like gestures towards it.
Oh, Dr. Skuga.
You watch as the silver figure kind of looks up for a second and then back towards what appears to be the mirror itself, and then walks over. Oh, Charlotte. I wasn't expecting you to be on the other end of this. Hello.
Oh, sorry, I was just introduced to this. My group is in Jaegervault right now, and I have been directed by staff concerning a couple things. While we were on our journey, Charlotte's gonna look over to the scribe and say, "Does this have limited number of words?"
No, you're fine.
Oh, that's wonderful. Sorry. While we were journeying up north towards Aurea, we came across a dungeon in Lake Rhineblest that concerned... Charlotte's trying to piece things together. She's still a bit overwhelmed by this thing existing. Concerned some aquatic creatures attempting to attack a village, but along the way, I have personally caught sight of a figure I understand to be called the Traveler, for only a brief number of seconds.
You saw him? You're positive?
Blade of light just appeared from existence, disappeared from existence. Lots of metallic equipment. I searched the room after their disappearance. It didn't seem they'd gone invisible. It seemed they'd disappeared entirely.
Fascinating. You said they had a weapon.
It looked like some sort of like blade of light. Like it was materialized into a weapon, or it was shining very brightly. Didn't get to see it for very long.
Like a flame tongue sword.
Much brighter.
Like some kind of saber.
Interesting. You said they brandished this weapon because I've not had any reports of the traveler having a weapon. What were they doing?
They were attacking a forgive me for the name. Apparently the dungeoneers here have a term for these squid-headed beings that were from the Invader War, and it just escaped my mind, but I think you should know them. The traveler had appeared, killed one of those things, and just left. No communication, no looking towards us. It happened very quickly.
Fascinating. And you said these invader creatures were in the dungeon.
Yes, from our understanding, they have presumably taken control of a dungeon and tried directing its inhabitants into attacking a village. We put a stop to that and managed to close the dungeon, very likely permanently.
He is like writing down a whole bunch of stuff in the background. You can see there is a mess of papers on his desk at this point. I am very glad you brought this to me. This supports my idea that the Traveler is an extension of the dungeon in a way, but sort of like it's what's the word I would use? Providing maintenance, if you will. If these invaders were taking over the dungeon and using it in a way that maybe the dungeon didn't intend, perhaps the Traveler was trying to correct it.
Oh, like a bird guarding its nest from a serpent.
Sort of. Was thinking maybe sort of like a like a defensive mechanism in the body, trying to protect it from disease. But this is a lot. I was not aware that it was capable of combat, especially in what sounded like very precise manner.
Oh. So you're saying that the Traveler is a creature of the dungeon?
Based off this new information you've brought me, I feel very certain that that is true.
And if I recall correctly, this Traveler was capable of being seen in numerous places in a very short amount of time.
Yes, that's how it got its nickname.
Does this mean that the dungeons are all linked in some sort of archaic manner?
It could be possible. I mean, the junction works in a similar manner. So, given that the dungeon can appear anywhere, it wouldn't surprise me if it's using some kind of arcane network to traverse.
I see.
I will look into this more. Maybe pull up some old research on ley lines and see what I can pull up. Maybe there is an overlap that we missed.
Do you think it would be possible to maybe even predict a dungeon appearing?
That would be amazing if that is something we could come up with. Possibly. For now, I need to see if there is a way that we can actually contact this traveler. If we can figure out where they can go to, and maybe if we can communicate with them, if we could get a better understanding about what the dungeon is and what it actually is doing.
Do you think this traveler would be capable of communication?
Possibly. It's uncertain, but it doesn't stick around long enough, so... Worst comes to worst, we see if we can find a way to trap it. If temporarily. If it's specifically existing to protect the dungeon in a way, then it would probably be bad for us to hold it.
Would the traveler be a construct?
Most likely.
I see. I have a couple spells that would be worthy to try on, but these are just theories currently. I also don't want to, at the same time, do not want to endanger my group if we accidentally mark ourselves as hostile because it killed one of those creatures in one fell swoop.
That is also a good point. Well, do be careful. If you run into them again, see if you can observe them more carefully before they leave. Figure out what it is they might be doing, and if you think you can contact them in some way, maybe try.
I'll see what I can do. Another thing, there's been complaints from the staff here concerning a lot of flyers, and they would like it to cease.
Oh,
A lot of people have been very angry about it.
I'll send word more to Dungeon Town.
Ask for my last email.
When you say staff, you mean cast, right?
Oh, numerous people.
Scribe in the corner is just kind of like covering his face at the moment. Okay. Tell Cass I got a little carried away. I will do my best to not send any further flyers.
That is all from my message. I'm going to continue with business in Jaegerwald.
Of course. It was good to see you again, Charlotte. I hope you and your crew are doing well.
A few hectic days, but we are currently safe and sound.
Oh, and the one more thing. The Astral Sea, very interesting area. We are still mapping out where it is exactly. The door, that is.
Well, wish you best of luck on it.
Alright, talk to you soon, I guess.
Have a good day. And just gonna say over the scarf, you can cut it now.
Scribe walks over and turns one of the knobs, causing it to cease again.
That might have been the most brutal way of telling somebody to stop something I've seen in a while.
It works.
It got to point across, but you also probably hurt his feelings. Scribe looks to you as like, okay, well, I'll get the door. Just kind of walks over and begins working the spell again. And once the door's open, we'll offer you the first step through before closing it and sealing it.
I appreciate your help.
Of course. I've got some tasks to finish up before the night. If you need anything else, there are a couple of archivists around that could can assist.
I appreciate it. I'm going to give a very light curtsy and then try to find the rest of the group.
What have the rest of the group have been doing in this meantime?
If you're all waiting for me, that's adorable.
Good question.
I
I really didn't have anything in mind for myself.
I mean, you did get a decent amount of interesting information from your recent conversation with Cass.
Yeah. There's not that much time to look right now because Charlotte's conversation wasn't that long, but if it's possible to at least find any writing notes, whatever, on these differences that have been observed between unnature found in the dungeon versus unnature elsewhere, to see if, a ski is very curious to see if there's something to the nature of it simply beyond having different loyalties than normal.
and Ranya's definitely helping out with that. I think she's as interested in that as a ski would be, so.
Aspen's just going to start going around the shelves and pulling stuff off and just looking at stuff.
All
Yeah,
pages
he's
remaining
just
intact in said
casual
books.
research as well.
Alright, Ski, make me an investigation check at advantage because Vanya's helping you.
Alrighty.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. Searching about, you will come across a teal and gold covered book that has a very interesting Venetian style of like writing. It's written in common, but it has very pompous nature to it. It seems to be from a so-called self-expert who looks into the matters of not particularly on nature as a whole, but focusing in on the more chaos aspects of like demons and devils. It is presented in a much more digestible format, but it is also using lots of fairly large words that are probably unnecessary. But looking it over and looking at the examinations that this individual has done between demons themselves and the dungeon, it seems that there is a pretty significant overlap. The dungeon is able to copy what they are able to do to a pretty significant degree, including their more chaotic nature. What seems to be noted, though, is that it doesn't appear to be able to copy individuals. These being, like, fiends that have been given names. More willful, like, entities, as it were. But there are several different mentions within the book, and you do see a section that talks about the Lords of Shadow. There are 5 names in the book. Do you continue reading?
Oh, of course. Yeah, no, I'm just also typing down all of this information in my own notes.
Got it. Alright. The first name, and the name you were most familiar with, is Deathrock. One of the Lords of Shadow that was first spotted in Arnaria. The next name that comes up is Gorganon. This was a particularly devilish fiend that was located over in Arloris, actually. The next name that comes up is Uthalesh. I'm going to type this one for you because it's a little weird.
Cool.
A quick question: is a ski shielding all this, or is Vanya able to read over the shoulder here?
Oh, no, it's just kind of on a table right now.
Okay, great.
And, Uthalesh, in particular, was noted of being near, Gauquier, over in Alamance.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one, Vargath.
I think this would be 4?
Deathrock,
Right.
Gorganon. Uthalesh.
Sorry, yeah, the fourth one, Vargath. This particular individual was noticed up actually further north in the icy wastes of Notfrost. He seemed to prey on various different villages there. And then there is one more name. And this one comes as no surprise to you. It is Thaukiel. But curiously, there is no known location listed on here. The subnotes mention that this individual's name is only mentioned in passing from the other Lords of Shadow.
Hmm.
Aliski's gotten some nice information today.
Just a bit. Vanya also peeping over, just kind of, huh.
Yeah, no, just a knowing look at each other before gently closing the book and putting it back up on the shelf.
In voiceless speech to a ski. Does Falkiel understand me doing this? Because if not, we definitely need to talk, and we need to find a way to not let him hear us.
He shrugs and keeps moving.
And then, yeah, follow along.
Hee hee. Well, hey look, Charlotte's back.
Well, what do you know?
Jingle, jingle, jangle. Fennec, jingle, jangle.
I mean, I do wear like medium armor.
Fair. Do we have any other plans?
I was hoping to read on a couple of subjects here while there's still time. I want to start looking into the archmages.
Oh, I can help you look, if you like.
I feel like there has to be something about William that's more than just rumors and long ago little things.
I'm up for helping.
I appreciate it.
You'll be able to find
Things I wanna
something
look for.
around here.
So that's gonna be my topic of focus: archmages.
Okay.
Gonna give Charlotte a helping
Specifically, anything with like organizations, circles, like groups, or or if I can get more specific, William.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me your investigation at advantage, because Vanya's helping you look.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
Oh, it didn't work, huh? Oh well. The curse is later.
Alright, you begin looking around, and, it's a little bit loud. There we go. Searching through, one of the archivists is able to point you in the right direction, and you are able to find, within their collection, a history of, like, powerful mages that have existed within the Beast World. And your search through leads you to find an actual section referencing a William Rhines. And it has them listed as a Archmage of Antiquities. And they particularly handle very old artifacts that have been unearthed and uncovered over time out of Araloris. They have been part of a circle of archmages in Arloris that handle various different matters, both from the archaeological standpoint as well as political matters. It's very strange. You've not really heard of these archmages before. At the same time, you feel like you would have known something about this, especially with what you know of Samson. So it's curious that either these archmages still exist and they're not well known, or they have disappeared.
Is there any time record of, like, the latest time-year record of their involvement, or is it unclear?
The dating in this book goes back at least 15 years.
While looking over this book, Charlotte notices Arloris and is both surprised and yet upset. If Samson really knew William, I feel like he would have taken us to him instead of leaving. Maybe he had been long gone. Or maybe he never knew.
Well, some more information at least.
I know I personally don't believe Samson's hiding anything, but I feel like if it was he knew something, it wouldn't have been. If he would. I'm sorry, this is just. I trust my husband. If he didn't take us to William, then either something happened or he didn't know.
Or a mix of the two.
It's possible.
They don't sound like a evil group, at least. That's a plus.
Just, I wonder if they knew what was happening in Arloris, if they're even still around.
We'll be able to find out more soon. Maybe.
I don't know if I'm ready to go back yet.
Then we don't.
But I have to at some point.
How are you gonna take bad news right now? Do you think?
What's the matter?
So those shadow demons we were looking into, the ones that Cass mentioned, one of them was last seen in Atlaris.
What's their name?
Gorganon.
Then we have a lead.
Well, I don't know how long ago it was seen there. Just that it was. And there's nothing else that I think I can entirely remember from that. But it was mentioned that it was seen there.
Maybe not a lead, but at least a theory.
But more something that you can think about that might be responsible for what happened, maybe?
Charlotte slowly smiles. It's not bad news at all. I've been searching years for answers, and I just...
It's not a definite answer. It's just a
It's
possibility.
It's a lead. I haven't had any since I left. I didn't know who to go to, and this is a start. This is as good a start as any, even if it might be wrong. We'll just put a pin in it.
Next step, I think, is finding out if you have a bounty or anything at Aloris before we go there.
If... I think it would be good to know, but I don't think I can show my face in Arloris until I have enough understanding, until I know what exactly I'm going to come back to.
That's if it's still there. Not Aloris, but whatever did all this.
Who knows, maybe I'll go back and nobody remembers.
How long ago was this?
6 years.
Long enough for things to be forgotten. But this sounds like a big deal.
When you're the daughter of a trade lord,
That is
that's
now dead.
news.
Yeah. So it's probably not forgotten. We'll find out somehow. Vigneau's a big place, but I'd imagine they keep records of this sort of thing outside of Aloris itself, maybe. We'll find out.
If we can. I don't want to worry about right now unless we are heading back to Vigneau.
Find out where Vegas's fights are taking us.
Well, if we have to go, I'll prepare. I appreciate this help a lot.
I like libraries. I like books. I like looking through them.
They're
Often
my
to help
favorite.
for a reason.
They're my favorite place to be.
There's a very slight smile at that.
Whenever my groups would stop at any town or city, I would like to try to find the library, even if it's a small one, even if it's just a shelf of 7 books. I just want to at least be there for a bit. And even if this Gorganon has nothing to do with it, if we could somehow get in touch with one of the archmages, I might be able to present a case. Maybe. For all I know, this William could be just some estranged uncle that has never even heard of Samson.
I mean, respectfully, he sounds like a very busy person if he's part of this group. I wouldn't be surprised if he could just be a closer relative, but just not have had the time to interact.
Mages would respect kin of one of their own, wouldn't they?
Depends how into his work he is, right? Some people just fall into it and never come out. Overlook family and friends just to keep doing their job because they like it so much.
Reminds me of my father.
Well, there you go.
I think that we've seen more than enough. I'll need some time to sit on it.
Let's get
Nice.
moving.
Yeah, that's all out of me.
All right. I think with that, we will go on our break.
Yay.
Oh
Hell yeah, Nat
boy.
20!
I need to go put a cat in the kitchen. I will be right back.
Hmm.
I need to put a corgi to bed.
Awaga.
Oh, well.
I am
would.
here now.
Howdy do.
Right. I had an important note. It would have been funny if I forgot.
You know, while I was downstairs, I realized one more thing. I'll wait until we're actually off with break, but one more detail to check on in that little tome that we found.
I return. Hello.
Watch me forget this note.
Hello.
So that was a thing on two sides.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Only Link can
I'm
defeat
not worried
Gorganon.
about it, so you should. It is written.
It's only a tiny little Shadow Lord. It's okay. It's fine.
Runt of the pack, honestly. Really lucked out with this one.
Like the
It's like
cousin no one likes.
Still getting the vibe that, like, if he's powerful enough to be a Shadow Lord, he's not pulling his weight. He's been a fucking freeloader.
it's like Zatch Bell. They're all like little devil guys that they just duke out with each other until one's left.
It's actually just like it's Lucy from fucking Disenchanted. I'm gonna do my own little library search after this, and then like it's gonna be way less consequential.
You think?
Probably way less consequential.
The cat is.
Aspen
sequestered.
uncovers the Eldritch Cookbook
I'm not looking for cookbooks.
and also proceeds to begin ripping pages out of that one, too.
There you go, Fiona. Yeah, there we go. Those two. I'm just a minor evil guy.
I suddenly remembered what was his name, King from Owl House.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, like, is Thalkio really fucked up in some way?
Yes. A reminder that Falkil is a demon.
I mean, true.
I'm still seeing Lucy rather than King.
Yeah. Nowhere is childish.
Also,
Actually
Falkil's-
evil.
Yeah. It's fine. I'm sure there's no like dire repercussions about any of this.
Just say the devil made you do it while the demon made you do it.
Throw him off the scent.
Just annoy both devils and demons by calling the demon the devil.
Oh, that's how you start the blood war.
Yep.
Billions dead.
The
Yeah,
amount-
sorry. Falkiel's cool and everything, but there's no way he's doing the leg kickies.
That's Vanya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just Manya's other form, yeah.
So there you go. We've got both in the party anyways. Best of
The,
both worlds.
The amount of questions but also answers this has given me about Falkiel. I'm just like, why is he doing all this? What's the plan? What's the end goal? Why a ski of all people?
Yeah, I see Duo's going for the lost school of storytelling here. I'll answer one question and give you 17 more in the process.
Exactly. You
I
guys
think that
have
was
a lot
right.
more of this campaign to get through to get all your answers.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I love
we
that,
can't
though.
figure everything out that quickly.
We got a piece
Good.
of the puzzle, but we don't know where it goes.
You got a
It's one
piece
of
of a
those weird
puzzle, but
middle
it's for a
pieces.
different puzzle. A puzzle you don't own yet. Who would you like to buy?
Oh, don't Ubisoft this shit.
We're going to sell you the rest of the puzzle, but the bit of the puzzle that you need is in this DLC that we're packaging further down the line. Yes, we definitely cut it out of the main game. No, we're not apologizing.
Remembering that part of Assassin's Creed 2.
There we go, you got it. Like
It's
a
so
major part of the
blatant.
plot.
And don't worry about it.
What's even funnier is that there's an achievement that you can accidentally lock yourself out of unless you get that DLC for the main game. Unless you restart the whole game.
Yeah, I remember. And that's what put me off the whole series after that. Because I was playing through it for the first time. And the friend was just like, oh, why don't you have that achievement? I was like, what? I don't really care. And he goes, no, but you've missed like a really important bit of the story somehow. I was a little angry when like a major part of the story was hidden like that. Wasn't it like in a collector's edition as well? You could get it earlier than they would normally release it as well. It's just so scummy.
I don't know.
Anyways, everyone here?
I think Gao is okay.
Dog. Oh no, I put Gal in the pen by mistake.
Just dealing with my devastating capacity to get hiccups.
I've got bottled water in here if you want it.
Also,
I think I'm alright.
congrats on your new cat.
Thank you.
Wait, you got a new cat?
Oh,
I hear the
The cat distribution system has kicked in, where, I guess, fostering a cat for someone who is currently unwell and able to do so. Whether they become well enough to actually take the cat back, or whether we're realistically able to keep it full-time, is up in the air at the moment.
Gotcha.
It's this kitty cat in Discord.
Oh my god, kitty. I can't have cats.
He's very sweet.
Very sweet. Also,
A
will
fucking
try to
handful.
get to any food.
That's interesting advice. I'm not sure I understand, but okay.
We had to put a stepladder and some of Dante's shoes on top of the kitchen bin so the cat doesn't pull it over and try and get inside it.
Yeah.
And Gremlin.
Instead, he's just shredded the fucking bin bag.
Yeah, pain in the ass, but cute, so allowed to get away with some of it.
I'm not a fish. I'm not a fish. I continue to insist as I slowly shrink and transform it to a salmon.
Only to get caught by your own D character.
Don't cry, I'm just a fish.
Like, you don't believe, but like all across my friend group, the anti-hiccups incantation of "I am not a fish" has worked. It's worked.
Are you supposed to say it once, or have you got to like repeat it until the hiccups go away?
No, you just say it once.
You just have to remind yourself that you're not a fish.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not a fish and that you breathe
time.
normally now.
Also, BRB.
Okay. Next time, see if that works. We've been fighting so hard to get Dante's hiccups to stop. They hurt Dante so much.
I get really terrible hiccups really easily.
Do they last long?
Oh,
yeah.
Sometimes.
There was a time where it lasted like most of a day.
Yeah.
It just would not stop.
My brother once had overnight hiccups.
I've had hiccups for a whole day.
Are you back,
I think about 12. Oh, yeah. Go. Yeah.
Go is Vera stepped away.
Huh?
Well, we were waiting on you, so...
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Just scrolled across an image that perfectly sums up the library information we got.
Destiny Lore Creepers, where we only ask questions, never answer them.
And then you cut the staff for the future content. I've never played Destiny. I have a friend who's big about it, and I'm like, that's just not nice for them to do that to you. They deserve better.
Next to impossible to play it properly these days anyway, because of how the story's done. Anyway.
Yep. Thank goodness the story ended.
There was a story.
Yeah, there was racism in it.
Alright. Anything else you'd like to do while you were in the Hall of Acquisition?
I would like to search...
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just had a quick thing of something I realized Risky probably would have wanted to get from that tome before putting it down. Does it have even roughly an idea of like how long the Shadow Lords have been a presence on this side of the Veil? Like, are they a recent development, or have they been known of for like centuries at this point?
According to the entry in particular, it mentions that the Lords of Shadow have been spotted in the Beast World as old as the Black Wild itself.
So a long ass time.
Yeah.
Alright, that's just the one other thing that she would have wanted to know out of that.
Aspen, while like just going around and just randomly taking things off the shelf, is also going to be looking for anything that might actually relate to that water artifact or to similar artifacts and how to use them.
You said, you're looking for something based off that artifact?
Yeah, related to it or similar items.
Okay. Give me an investigation.
That's what I get for not having Vanya help.
Unfortunately, you don't seem to find anything related to any kind of, like, artifacts or anything that particularly controls water.
Anything about other elements, or...?
No. And definitely not with an 8.
Well, back to browsing it is.
Alright. Anybody else?
I want to read about curios.
You want to read about curios?
Yeah, I need a competitive edge. I've never encountered one in my life.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
Not bad.
13. Perusing through and trying to find anything related to Brethren artifacts, there's not a substantial collection of information. The tidbits you do find mostly relate to various Brethren curios that have been acclimated to, like, the delve itself. These would be various tools to help people, like, see in the dark or provide instantaneous cover. stuff that would be very useful if you were delving. Not anything in particular that just kind of like stands out, or curios in general. You'd probably have to find a shaman for that.
Fair enough. That's it for me.
Any other curious minds?
I am curious, but it's not about the books themselves. How hard would this place be to sneak into at night?
Given this is your first pass in here, and it is mostly underground, kind of hard to ascertain. You've found like the one staircase that leads into it. You don't know what kind of night shift would work through here, if anyone.
Yeah.
And you really wouldn't have any particular clue. If you could get on top of some of these bookshelves, you could probably stay out of sight, but it's kind of a coin toss.
Alright.
You would probably have to scout it out a bit more.
This may happen.
Alright. Everyone satisfied?
For now.
Alright. Marisha will come bounding up after a little bit. Hey guys, I got everything settled here. I am gonna end up heading back to Louvain in a couple days. So I'm probably gonna hang out here for now.
Okay,
Oh,
bye.
good. You're not going to miss the show tomorrow, then.
Oh no, I definitely want to come by the pit and watch.
Bueno.
Maybe pick up some of Vegas's fighting techniques and use them in case you come up against any fells or anything in Louvain.
Any what?
You know, the fellows, the people that don't like Britain.
Just kind of like tilting her head at you, confused.
Aspen just like looking around at the group, just like, am I going insane?
No, that very much
Aspen's-
happened.
Aspen's not wrong. There have
What?
During our time together, we have come across some sort of secret society of Iron Mask wearing beasts who have been planning to harass and discriminate brethren.
Yeah, that was only in Dole, though.
No, it was not. They shot at you
Oh,
outside the house.
No, I think I'd remember that.
Vanya, all of us remember that.
Duh.
She is gonna look very incredulously at the rest of the group.
There
No,
was a
that's-
note on the arrow that very specifically called out your homeland.
No, I definitely remember this.
You sound so crazy right now.
Duh.
Everybody thinks you're crazy, Vanya.
Vegas!
What?
Don't say that.
Did you somehow forget about this when you fell asleep for the entire day?
Maybe it was just stress.
No, there was. She's gonna start looking a little concerned. Can I insight check the party?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everyone else seems to be pretty straightforward. You're not sure what they're talking about, though.
Maybe the stress. I don't remember anything about
Well,
that.
it was very contingent of them. Even one time you got angry at me because we were walking back and being followed by them and I wanted to tell you without really leaning down and giving on, so I picked you up. And you told me off for picking you up, but I was picking you up to tell you that we were being followed and I could point them out to you.
I don't remember any of this. Any of it. Nothing.
Have you hit your head?
Yeah,
Not-
you didn't stop. You didn't hit your head on anything. I mean, I know it was dark that night.
Or something might have hit her head for her.
Nobody attacked you, did they?
Can I try and recall anything like that?
Make me a wisdom
As
save.
if she would be able to remember.
A
If
saving
you're saying
throw.
what I think you're saying.
No, you have no idea.
I think maybe you may want to spend some time trying to think on this and try to remember, but I promise you this did all happen. You didn't come back with any injuries, but you did come back and sleep all day.
I remember
Vanya,
not sleeping, but I don't remember why.
do you remember going to the Veterans Hall with me to visit the Thieves' Army?
Would she remember that?
I believe so.
Because I don't think she did bring up the ferals while she was there, but
Yeah.
so yeah, she would remember the trip, but not much.
She wouldn't
more.
remember bringing up the Ferals, but she would remember the trip there.
I remember going with you, but you had to see someone there, didn't you?
Yeah, I do you
Cam,
remember how cagey they got when you asked about the Ferals?
I didn't ask them anything.
But you did. This is my recount of it, and you did. And they gave you a pretty big side eye about it.
can I insight check Vanya to make because Charlotte's trying to figure out if she's trying to keep quiet or if she
Absolutely.
absolutely plumb forgot. Alas, not important right now.
Yeah, no, you can't tell. I guess she's just hard to read. No, I don't remember that. Any of it. Nothing. Just that we went there, you needed to talk to somebody about the estate.
And you didn't
Mhm.
drink anything?
No. Not
Vegas
that you
takes a knee and puts a hand on Vanya's
didn't
shoulder.
see.
You know what you need to do is you need to meditate. You need to just find a quiet space, sit and light the candle, stare into the flame. That is what I do when I can't remember something.
Everybody, hold on. Vanya, do you think that you might have been silenced by the Thieves' Army for mentioning the Ferals?
There is a look of concern.
Do you think
As-
they rubbed your memory out right there?
Why would
Is that the thing people can even do?
they do that?
There are ways, I'm sure.
To get what they want.
Would there be ways to bring it back? Because I want to remember this stuff. If that's
I wish I could help, but no, that's my experience with magic only goes as far as I can really see it.
Well, Charlotte pulls out her deck and starts shuffling, looking through the cards, like trying to figure this out. I don't know if I could.
I don't
Looking at
think it's in
something.
the cards.
No.
We might need to talk to a specialist.
But I was trying to help people. I don't. Why would they? If I was bringing it up, it would be because I wanted to help.
Right. Unless there's something that you don't know.
And clearly.
Maybe it was not the Theater Army. If people can erase memories, why not the Ferals?
Why didn't they wipe Vegas's? That's a good point.
It could indeed have been the Ferals directly, yes.
It would require powerful magic to do something like that.
Maybe that would be too obvious.
Maybe that they got you alone, or... But... Then they would have to know this would happen if they didn't wipe our memories as well. Unless maybe you saw something you weren't supposed to and it was specific.
I mean, just as a hunch, the work it would take to erase all our memories versus one she may have seen something critical.
In which case,
Like an identity.
the next time that we do look after this matter, it would probably be better for all of us if we didn't get so split up.
Probably better to stick together.
No, nobody going off
Agreed.
alone.
Yes, let's not do any nightly excursions on our own in the future.
Now, Vanya,
She'll blink a few times and then look over to Charlotte.
I know that was a long time ago, but next time we see anything about ferals, don't go alone.
I'm convinced there weren't any, so I promise that I won't go alone to look into this in the future. But
But
Well, but-
especially so, what happened in Dole was very brave, and it was great of you to do. Just that could have been bad had they been able to get to you.
we still have no idea who or what did this. Though this could be.
You didn't
Odyssey
touch
lead us to
anything
ferals.
weird under Vegas's house,
But
did
who-
you?
Nothing that you all didn't.
Everything on the Vegas' house was weird.
Even me.
Who or whatever caused this? We are certainly on its radar now. And so being able to act so discreetly and solo is not so much of an option anymore.
Case in point, Vanya, we've got your back through this, but you need to tell us.
Tell you what, I don't.
If you go out on your own, stuff like that.
Oh, of course.
With specific intent to look for ferals, I don't know.
Well, I mean, now Thieves' Army's maybe involved. Maybe they are involved.
Possibly. I'm working on that.
What do
You
mean?
said you do not. Sorry, you do remember not sleeping one night. Does that night still add up in your memory? Can you trace back your steps where you were?
Well, I was stressed and I couldn't sleep, and then we went about our business. We ended up going to the guardhouse. Then Vegas told me to get some rest. I got some rest. And I remember waking up and being hungry and going to look for food outside of the mansion. That was it.
And how long did you spend looking for food? What happened? Like, which way did you go? Do you remember, where you were, what you decided to get?
Ended up in the night district. I don't remember what I got. It's a little fuzzy, but I did sleep a lot that day, so.
Well, next time when we're Louvain, we'll try and retrace your steps.
I also wonder if you were just hungry, you did not go to the fairly well-supplied kitchen in the building you were in.
I remember wanting something different. I mean, I was in Louvain for the first time, and it's
Yeah.
a really vibrant nightlife. And
There are some food
It's
spots
what it
there
is.
that slap.
see,
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe that was not when it happened.
well, apparently there are maybe bad people there. She looks to Marisha after all that.
Yeah, Marisha has just been sitting here watching you all converse for like the last few minutes. Like, you guys get in trouble a lot, don't you?
Comes with the job.
Just kind of like narrowing her eyes towards you, Vegas.
What?
in voiceless speech to Marisha so we can communicate. He means the best. Don't get too upset.
Okay. Still just kind of eyeing Vegas.
You want to get into a staring contest? I'm thinking this mentally. I haven't blinked in the past few seconds. I'm trying to initiate this non-verbally.
I'm just gonna push Vegas a little bit. You okay?
But
You're just staring.
she's staring.
No, she's not.
Uh-huh.
Vegas, I'd know if she was staring.
Yeah, in that silence now, Vegas is just staring at you.
In voiceless speech, you're a dumbass sometimes.
Aspen's gonna laugh out loud at that.
Vegas grabs you by the throat.
You little shit.
Oh my god.
Marisha and Aski understood it, and maybe a little bit with Aspen.
Oof, some guy
No,
just
Aspen's
drove
had
by
enough
with a
time now. I
flat
think we
fucking tire.
determined to
Yeah.
learn it pretty accurately. Yeah.
So yeah, Aspen just starts laughing at you.
What else is new?
That's fair.
Well, I'll make sure to see your match tomorrow.
Thank you.
You best, because he is the best.
I am the best.
He is the
Sparkles
best
a little
play
bit.
fighter around.
Aspen, if you hate me so much, why don't you fucking kill me already?
I almost did.
Are they okay?
I think they're shaken from the mammoths.
I think it's flirting, honestly.
That's what I
No.
was thinking.
You shut up. That is, you cannot.
How is
prove
that
anything.
flirting?
That is exactly. That's a
Leaving-
stupid idea. As if I would flirt with him. Honestly, I
towards
have
Aspen.
standards.
I've heard of stranger.
I don't know, Aspen. How isn't it flirting? Sort
You
of like
be- you-
leaning on my elbow.
You're doing it again, and you are opening your mouth, and stupid is falling out.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Look at you. I have some standards at least.
This is Yowie. Thank you, Vera.
I could have had Sonya if I wanted someone. Instead, people think I would go for you, and you have two brain
Then
cells,
why
and they are
didn't
both
you?
fighting for third place.
Wait, what?
Vanya's on the floor at this point.
I think we need to go sleep.
Duh.
I'm watching you, Aspen.
You watched
I'm
them
sure
in their
that will
sleep.
take all of your brain power.
Let's find some beds to fall into. I agree with Charlotte.
Okay. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you. Be there, be square.
Alright. You head out of the Hall of Acquisition. And you mentioned looking to procure a place to stay?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Dun, dun. Okay. Moving back across the open layer back into the tunnel market itself. You eventually make your way closer towards, where is it at? I just had it. There it is. You make your way closer towards, the smithy lair, where a lot of the, forges are kept. There is a slight divot that reaches into a separate district that connects around this layer that leads to what a lot of people refer to as the Roet Mole district. This is where a lot of Ligonians make their home. They also happen to have what is essentially not like additional like apartments of sorts, but more of a, how do I put this? There are areas here that are available that can be rented out for passerbys to stay and essentially rest. It's sort of like a tavern in a way, but there's no actual tavern area. It is mostly just the resting places themselves, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
This layer is located pretty close to the surface, so it has the small downside of the fact that traversal that is occurring overhead is a little noisy.
It's fine.
Also, this top layer that you are in particular, is somewhat lit by some crystalline structures. But if you look at the district going further down, it is complete darkness. There is no source of natural lighting down here. You do see people coming and going from time to time, though. Yes, if you're wanting to inquire about, I assume, rooms, would you be getting individual rooms, or be trying to find a room for the group as a whole?
Oh my god, a big room for everyone is gonna be chaotic.
Do it.
Do it.
Men and
Sure.
women together.
Yes,
Single
slumber
room.
party.
Men, women, and indeterminate.
Men, women, and bear.
I choose the bear.
It sounds like there's a vote for a group room.
Yeah.
Chaos room.
I was gonna say, we only have one man currently.
Girls' night. Woo woo, girls' night.
Vegas is allowed at girls' night.
That's right.
Honorary girl.
Honorary sister.
Sorority girl.
How
Alright.
dare you?
Yes. You're able to acquire a room for everyone. I'm gonna go change off this music. It's a little loud. Anyways. For the group size, you see. I'm gonna say that it's probably gonna cost probably like 3 gold pieces.
Do they have facilities I can use to cook?
Inside the room, no. And outside of the room, there's not really any other facilities. Like I said, it's sort of like having the upper floors of a tavern where you have all the different
Yeah, fair
housing
enough.
accommodations, but that's it. That's all
Bare
this place
bones,
is.
yeah.
It seems like this has mostly been dug up and made for people who are traveling through and just needing a place to stay. It's very temporary accommodations.
Yeah, Vanny will spring for the room money. You said 3 gold?
Yeah.
Is that 3 gold totals? Or
3 gold total.
so like 5 silver per person?
Having
Yeah.
to do math, but yeah, roughly.
Yeah, it'd be 30
There's
silver.
there's 6 of us, so
Oh, 6, right.
Hey, Vanya would have slid the money across just to.
yeah, Lisa's gonna put in her part as well.
Oh, no,
5 silver, yay.
she's paying for the whole thing, so everyone.
Yay!
Oh, good. Oh,
Alright.
It's 3 gold, it's chump change.
So you get inside. You notice that this particular area, there is space for everyone to have like their own individual bed to lay in. It's carved out of the wall. There's one on each side of each other, and there's one that goes over top of some of them, sort of like a bunk bed in a way. They're very simple in nature, but the bed itself is relatively okay. It's not terrible in any way. It is resting upon what is essentially a stone outcropping, but it has enough support that it's not going to be bad for you. So it'll be okay. But it is a much smaller space, with just enough room for everyone to have their own bed.
Before everyone settles, Vanya's gonna try and get everyone's attention for a moment. So it's probably important. Uski knows it, and so does Aspen now. I think I should probably teach you all my voiceless speech. That way you can at least understand me without me having to talk verbally.
How many people know that?
Just, well, any Marine that's not a rat that you speak to.
Oh, that's why Rand
Um,
didn't say anything of that. Oh.
And, well, a ski and Aspen are mine, but you won't be able to read another mouse's face. Might get some of it, but not all of it. It's kind of hard to explain, but I can try and explain it. If you've got a while, it takes a while.
I'm willing to learn.
It means I can, tell you things that are happening, or if I see something but I don't want to alert too many people. At least that way you can all communicate. Does mean I can't shit talk you all as much as I used to. She'll look directly at Vegas.
Charlotte says you were, and the moment seeing Vanya look to Vegas doesn't say anything.
You got a problem?
No. You just remind me of a brother too much sometimes.
Yeah. I'll take that as a compliment. Never had a brother.
I wish I had a brother.
You don't.
Has to beat sisters.
Oh,
Anyway,
Has to beat being an only child.
It means I can do stuff that I've done with a ski for a while, like warn her of people that are looking at us, or one about groups that are following us, without maybe drawing everyone's attention to the fact that I'm telling everybody this.
It's a pretty good idea.
And, a little bit of an hour or so every night It took about a month for Aspen, so
Understandable. It is another language.
mhm. But just
I will learn it.
bear in mind that you won't be able to talk to me. It's one way.
That's fine.
And
No,
it's
I'm
only-
pretty sure I got it down. Look. Nathan's just like staring at that.
Do you have those really slow, awkward thumb ups? It's like, yeah.
Oh, you're okay with that? Excellent.
I don't know what you said.
I'm still taking it as a yes. You'll find that when we get to your homeland.
I hate this. But, yeah, it'll be handy to know, and I can teach Jiggy when he comes back as well. And it's been useful. Very useful.
So, can it be taught over? I'm curious. Can it be taught over a sending spell, or
You
no?
need to see each other's face.
Ah, I can imagine.
If you don't know what you're looking for, it's a bit more difficult.
I think you got to do this the hard way, Charlotte.
Our faces kind of move a lot normally, and hidden in that is sometimes people talking to each other. You ever been into a building with lots of mice in it that's really quiet?
No, does that happen?
Yeah, they'll just sit there and talk to each other. Happens all the time.
But
I have
not-
had full conversations about people without them even knowing. Especially customers, while we were at the restaurant.
That sounds depressing.
Not really. It's handy.
Yes, but I understand for personal communications and low messages, but to do it in like public areas is kind of unsettling.
Mm-hmm. You ever see two mice sitting and looking at you slightly? They might be talking about you. You'll never know.
I would know.
Well, I'll learn. Is it like unique? Is the language unique to each mouse, or is it?
Yeah, it's unique to each face. We can just kind of understand each other, though. Kura being good with that, I guess.
So if we learn from you, we can't really understand another.
No.
Thousands of
you-
languages, tens of thousands.
Having grown up around a few of them myself, you learn some of the general telltale signs, even if the exact meaning can be lost.
It's kind of obvious when you start looking for it. Not understanding it, but knowing when it's happening.
And rats can't learn it, or don't have it.
They don't have it.
I see.
I think they can learn it,
We're learning,
But-
yeah, but
but they can't talk with it.
who would have been? I traveled with a rat marine knight, and she was usually very quiet. I thought for a moment that she'd been speaking a lot.
Well, if I'm remembering what they taught us in school, rats lost it a while ago. I think it's something to do with the Black Wild, but I can't remember properly.
Like a curse?
Maybe? But do you all want a first lesson? Or do we just want to sleep?
I want to sleep,
give us
but
a
I also want
lesson.
to crack at it.
I'm certainly up for a lesson.
I'll get you tomorrow, Vegas.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, and then she's gonna give a first of 30 lessons. I'll keep this written down so we know how many have happened.
Starting the Duolingo streak.
Right? Let's do it. Luckily, it
God.
doesn't have to be a streak.
Yay, we're learning.
Right, I have it noted and easier to track, so
Education.
All right. Anything else before we conclude the night?
One more thing. I just realized, Vanya, about. I understand you don't remember this. Do you think you were cursed back in Louvain?
cursed? Hmm.
I could try tomorrow to see if maybe you had been. I could remove it.
Maybe after Vegas's fight. I wanna try and relax a bit.
All right.
It's not nice, kind of unsettling to think about, I'm gonna be honest.
Sorry, it's just. I was
Let
hoping
her
to
cast the
understand you.
spell. If you are cursed, they can remove it, and then you don't need to worry about what is going on because you will remember it. And if it doesn't work, then you're in the same position. No big deal.
Yeah, after the fight, though.
After the fight.
Okay.
All right. Going to bed.
Yeah.
Time for go to bed.
All right. If you need to benefit from a long rest, go ahead and hit your button. I don't think anybody is particularly hurting for anything.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
we lost
empty
me.
my
like to press
spells.
buttons.
I think it's just spells that are missing, but that's it. I'm good.
All right. Morning comes. You think there's no actual like daylight coming in here.
Our circadian rhythms are on point.
You all wake up roughly around the same time.
Wow, an active circadian rhythm. That's the big fantasy part of the game.
Yeah.
And well, again, this isn't a tavern, so unfortunately there's no food being prepared downstairs. So you're gonna have to go out and acquire it yourself, or go back to the wagon and make breakfast.
No,
I will go to the
what
market
was
for
us as
food.
if there isn't like 100 different food stalls on each side of the
Market breakfast.
I know, it's just. We were in a flop house, essentially.
We
Market
have to
breakfast.
go to our favorite, Vegas's favorite food
My favorite
place
store on the Citadel.
of the whole Jaeger.
Oh, I have a plan for that. But I mean, if we want to go, do we want all that early?
I would like to pay her a visit. That would be nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll come with you.
All right. Heading to the tunnel market and specifically to see Sylvia.
Yep.
All right. You zoom into the tunnel market. It is very busy this morning. This seems to be one of the more busier hours, at least. There are people kind of everywhere. It's a little crowded. Luckily, you know where Sylvia is and are able to duck around into the quote-unquote alley that her stall takes in. And she has, like, a customer or two, but it's relatively more quiet over here. And she sees your group pull up. Ah, come for breakfast, have we?
Yes.
Duh.
Shoves Vegas forwards.
Oh, Frecky.
Of course.
Eggy.
And she sets up onto the counter several bowls of mushroom stew, and also offers up on the side a fully cooked egg.
Yes, egg.
I'd like an egg.
So I hear you have a big match tonight.
That's right. I'm fighting Ajax.
Ho ho ho! The brethren, huh?
Yeah.
I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Do you know anything about him?
I know he's been here for a while.
How long is a while again?
In the last 5 years at least. That I've heard of him in, anyways.
Got it.
Yes, he definitely sticks around here for the most part. Though I hear he's trying to shoot for the championship, if possible.
That's what he told us. I'll probably see him there.
I'll be impressed if he gets out. But he's still a formidable opponent, so...
Have you seen him fight?
I saw him get trumped by the Alari. So yes, I've seen him fight. He is very good. But
what does he do?
Persuasion check for me. She's like debating if she's wanting to tell you or not.
Not bad.
He likes to poke from different angles with his halberd. The thing about it is it essentially can open up a small portal and he can hit you through it.
Oh,
So he can
Like that.
attack you from different angles.
that's
Charlotte's
crazy.
go whisper to Vegas. It's like that thing in the woods.
I didn't hear you, Norman. What?
It's like that thing in the woods.
Yeah. Turning this music down.
I mean, honestly, I know it's just play fun, but I still think you have this down after watching you dodge my mother.
Yeah, I fought a war mage. Well, how could it get worse?
Sylvia's eyes just kind of light up for a second. You fought the war mage?
In a friendly
Yeah.
duel.
Friendly
They're
sparring.
not supposed. Remember the bit where you were sworn to secrecy about that?
No, I don't. Hence why we're talking about it.
I'm sorry, Aspen.
I swear to Pero, you are just the stupidest creature alive.
Oh, yeah?
Wow.
Sylvia just kind of
Oh, yeah?
watching you all bicker.
You might not be quiet-minded, but the only noise in there is a very small mumble.
Vanya drops her food.
Hey, Aspen.
What?
Bitch.
Took you a while to think of that, didn't it?
Eat your fucking food.
Anyway, a little help from the group. I'm trying to convey a message to a friend of mine to advertise this place, but I need to do it in 25 words or less.
Does your friend like the SHL?
You know, I never asked him. He would probably like it. I don't know. It has been some years. Well, over a year. I'm just trying to think. He loves food. He loves going out and getting food. And I really wanted to recommend this place.
Tell him where it is and how good it is then.
Then I have to explain, like, why am I speaking into his head? And that's more words.
Then send a letter.
That'll take too long. And I don't know where he is right now.
I'll send 2 sending messages.
But that'll use... that will tire me out. And then
Are we gonna go fighting or anything? I don't think so.
Insurance. I don't know what's gonna happen today.
I'm blanking on her name. What is the chef's name?
Sylvia.
Sylvia.
Sylvia? Got it. Okay. I was right. Sylvia, Sylvia, I have a condition about what was it? Me repping your stall in my match tonight.
Oh, what is that?
If I win, you got to put my name on the menu somewhere.
I could do that.
Yes.
Remind me what species Sylvia is?
Possum.
Possum. Got it.
If you win, I will put something on the menu with your name on it. But you have to tell me what you like.
All right. We'll talk about it once I handedly defeat. Yeah.
But you're going to have to eat up so you are strong enough to fight Ajax.
Always.
I think I have my 25 words. Now remind you, I know it's been 2 weeks. We had beef stroganoff last time, right? I'm trying to make a butt of myself.
Yeah.
Haha, I'm gonna do it. Very sorry, DM.
Dio.
I'm casting Sending Spell to Charlotte's best friend in the whole wide world.
How am I surprised?
Yeah, I'm gonna scare a brethren somewhere halfway through the continent. Just going to pop into Garrett's head and say, "Hey, best friend, just sending word through a spell. There's a vendor in the Jaegervault Tunnel Market. Find the possum woman Sylvia. Great beef stroganoff." Just gonna haunt that man.
Make a man hungry from across the continent.
Yeah, that's probably the response you're gonna get.
Charlotte is just going to smile to herself. That's the thing, though. Like, being suddenly hit with a sending spell is a jump scare.
Yeah, but you're
There's
also
just
like, hey, here's this really awesome food I'm having right now. Hope
Just
you're not
wanted to
hungry.
remember-
Okay, bye.
Me watching Chef Wang Gong review restaurants in like the ass end of China.
That's the issue of 25 words. You have to explain. This is a sending spell, by the way. So it does sound like we've gone crazy.
Charlotte just becoming one of those like cyberpunk forced mental adverts.
Oh, no.
I was remembering the Lightspeed Briefs segment of Futurama.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to my food.
Food. Well, We will see how you do. I will see about stopping by. It is tonight,
Very
right?
good. It is tonight. And if I lose, there's absolutely no penalty. I still, I still rep your stall. I like gambling. Can you tell?
Yeah. You wouldn't be
Good.
Venusian, right?
No, but my sisters live there now.
I don't think any of us. Wait, no.
You were about to say, I don't think any of us are from Venu.
Yeah, I just
yeah,
realized.
no, yeah, retcon.
At least 3 people from the party are.
Explains a lot about them. I mean, what?
Wait, Charlotte, arguably me, and who else?
Ignatius.
Ah, shit, right.
Hmm. No, but I'm from Alamance. Or, I mean, of course, I'm from Louvain.
Big city alley boy, huh?
Big boy.
The Jaegerwald's a big city.
Yeah. Jaegerwald is a big community. Louvain is a big city.
Hmm.
We get a lot of the people who come and go from here are from various houses within Oria. So a lot of people know each other.
So, if Vegas wins, he's getting a thing named after him, right?
He's getting a meal on the menu named after him, yes.
A meal. Nice.
Good. Okay. Then we can annoy your friend again.
Hmm.
Talking to Charlotte.
Yeah, it would be. It has been a while. I should have asked him where he is. Never mind. This spell is complicated.
You could tell him to get a Vegas from this place, though, when Vegas actually wins.
I mean, yeah, I should do that. I have to remember that. She starts writing down, and there's like this whole page of like her trying to do like the 25 words and just being crossed out repeatedly.
Well, I will see you tonight when that fight occurs. Make sure not to get lost between now and then.
I'll try my best.
Alright. Meal consumed. Any amount of time being spent before Vegas's match tonight?
Honestly, Vanya's probably spending most of this trying to repair the Rocksteady. Extra repairs towards it, because I don't think that, other than that, she's not doing anything else. It's kind of single-minded, helping Deirdre repair that.
Charlotte's just gonna be like venturing around town. She's got nothing else to really do.
Just sightseeing?
Yeah, she never got to see further than the East End.
Alright. Anyone else?
There is one. Yeah, one little thing I meant to do. While in the market area is pick up some specific spell components. Black candles worth at least 5 GP. Probably like 5-ish, if possible, to find such a thing in this big old market.
Those are some expensive ass candles.
Stop spending money on candles.
No.
No.
Fucking Yankee candles.
Look, I'm told they smell nice.
Yeah, with a little bit of looking
They smell like
around,
nothing.
you're able to find various different stalls that sell components that could be used for such. I'd say you'd be able to get that amount. 25
Alright,
gold
well,
worth.
I'll mark off 25. And there you go. Okay. That is what I was looking for. So, anyone else?
Doesn't sound like it. Let's move towards tonight.
Tonight.
Sunday,
Tonight's the night.
Sunday.
Bright lights.
Be there.
Sea
I like
King.
that.
No, we're not
I
gonna
like
do
that we reference the exact same shit post.
Clippers.
I said this to my
Jinx,
friend
you owe me a
Logan, and he
long-term
thought I was
relationship.
crazy. Let's hurry. Let's get out of here before we hit him a Mia hazard.
All right. You make your way over to the open layer, where the pit's located. Give me a perception check from the party.
Okay.
Nice.
Very funny.
So is that
Charlotte's,
everyone, yeah?
yeah. Charlotte's dice stopped rolling on top of someone else's. I've never seen that before.
It's scripted anyway.
Like, no, it rolled up on top of another dice and stopped there.
Huh.
Yeah, I've never seen
layers.
that. It didn't show up on
Ghost
the recording
die.
end, but it showed up on my DM layer. Alright. With the natural 20, this is most important for you anyways. As you're heading towards the pit area, you notice a couple individuals hanging out near the entrance. One in particular looks in your direction, Vegas, and makes prolonged eye contact with you.
Can I size him up?
Yes, you see in front of you is a white Orion Vulpin with bright gold eyes. And with your natural 20, you notice that he has a insignia of the Thieves' Army on him.
Got it. This is Darren. Alright. Am I on in 5, or can I take a detour real quick?
It still sounds like a crowd's building. It sounds like you have time.
Alright, I will address the group. I think I might have just made eye contact with my Thieves' Army contact. Go get seated. Tell them you know me. I don't know. Try and get a good spot. Meet Deirdre, and I'll be right back. But I need to probably talk to this guy.
Okay.
Okay, bye. See you soon.
Van is following stealthily.
Go for it.
Alright, yeah, I guess roll a stealth check. It is an open field, so it's gonna be a little difficult.
Can I follow not stealthily?
I mean, if you want to.
Sure, why not?
Alright. Vegas, you have a lumbering Urson following you.
Aspen, what did I just say?
I wasn't really listening.
This is a private matter.
Okay, what are we doing?
Oh my god. You know what? Fine. Come with me. Don't say anything at all, though. Please. I beg of you.
Ah, okay. I figured everywhere you went private in Lovin, you had Iggy with you, but without Iggy, I'll just come beat the muscle.
I'm getting weird signals, Aspen. You good?
Look, you may be stupid, but I want you safe, okay?
Yeah. All right, let's
Shut
go.
up.
So I approach Darren, or who I allegedly should be Darren.
The Vulpin continues to, like, lock gaze in your direction and notices you approaching, with the Urson in tow.
I mean, does he have like, goons, or is he on his own? Like, what's the...
There's two others with him. There's another Urson, and then there is a possum individual.
Got it. Both new to me, I suppose.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Is there a secret handshake that I was taught?
Nope.
How did I... All right. I'm just gonna approach this guy. Darren, I presume.
The Vulpin smiles for a second and starts chuckling. No, but I take it that was your contact.
Yeah. Have you seen him?
Yeah, he's in prison right now.
Ah, here.
Yes.
I'm sorry first.
Don't
How
be.
can
He
I...
was an idiot.
What happened?
He got impatient waiting for you and tried to do the job on his own, and he got caught.
Great. Okay. Sorry that I took so long. Tied up in other affairs. How can I help after my fight?
Oh, of course. We're not going to interrupt your show match, as it were.
Oh, so courteous. Thank you.
Besides, we wanted to watch. Anyways, courtesies aside, I am Zavrazin. You can just call me Zavra.
Well met.
And, I am the Thieves' Army envoy, to the Circle in Jaegerwald. And gesturing to the two other goons with him. And you notice they are not wearing insignias.
So they're the circle members.
Duh. Davrin
Got it.
is one of theirs. He was supposed to be the one that was going to help you with this job, but it seems like he is very impatient.
Okay.
So you get me instead. Lucky you.
I tend to be very lucky.
That's what they hear.
Yeah. So who do you have your money on?
Oh, and tonight? I've seen Ajax fight quite a bit. So, kind of hard to tell. I don't know you very well.
Well, okay. Hope I prove myself then. Anyway, I'll be sure to. Do you have a map on where the prison is?
Why?
Well, we're breaking Darren out, aren't we?
Fuck no.
Oh, I completely misunderstood.
No, he fucked up. That's his problem now.
Okay, yeah, I'll find you after the match then.
Okay, that works for me.
All right, bye-bye.
See you later.
Screen wipe. I'm with the gang again.
Vanya, roll me another. Vanya, roll me another stealth check just in case.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
That's tough.
Look, she's nosy, and we were told not to go away alone.
Yeah.
You were.
Vanya, you luckily avoid the detection of your friends, but as they start to like meander back, you catch the gaze of the Vulpin, and he locks eyes with you for a second. He's staring daggers at you.
She's gonna wink and then trot off after Vegas.
All right. Anyway,
Regroup with your friends. Aspen didn't ruin the moment.
yep. Thank you, Aspen.
Deidre comes up behind and pats you on the back very roughly. Well, I get to see you fight for once. This'll be good.
I promise it will be.
Alright.
I suppose I have nothing better to do than watch this fun.
Oh, you're so generous, Aspen.
Alright, well, let's get down there.
Yep.
Alright. Heading down into the pit this time, you notice that there is a pretty sizable crowd starting to form. It is getting busy. And you notice off to the side, several different fighters are kind of like lining up, just kind of like leaning over the edge of the railing that looks down into the pit itself. And before long, you see Ajax, and he like separates from where he's at and motions for you to follow. You there, go?
Yeah, come again. Sorry, I was fiddling with the volume.
Ajax spotted you and motioned for you to follow him.
Oh yeah, I'll trot over.
They got a booth set up for your friends so they can watch. You have to follow
good.
me down into the pit.
I motion my friends to follow us.
Yeah.
Follow suit.
So,
That better be drinks.
oh yeah. There's actually a couple different barmaids moving about, offering drinks to people as everyone crowds around the arena. And Vegas, you're led down into the pit itself. And you don't emerge just yet, but Ajax tells you that when you like hear yourself get announced to come out towards the middle,
Got it.
and Ajax is gonna like navigate around the underside so that he can move towards like what is considered the opposite end, so that they're facing each other. And the crowd continues to get very loud. Let me start the scene.
Aspen's gonna make sure all the gang has like an ale and a vodka chaser.
Hey, look at this booth we
Ooh.
got. Vegas getting us hooked up with the best seats.
Alright, yeah.
You guys are so lucky you know me.
Also, like, virtually none of the other booths are taken, so I'm gonna take that to mean that Ajax has no friends.
Wow!
Wow!
Oof.
I
All right. You hear, for everyone but Charlotte, you hear a familiar voice, from the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, beasts and brethren, wanderers of all kinds, welcome to tonight's exciting face-off in the pit. Make sure you have plenty of snacks. We guarantee you tonight will be a match you won't want to miss. Isn't that right, Jay? That's correct, Benny. We've got a new blood in the arena tonight. They've traveled all the way from the capital city of Alamance to grace us with their showmanship tonight. I expect we'll see some high-flying maneuvers from both combatants. The only way to fly is high, Jay. Let's introduce our combatants. Hailing from the great city of Louvain, we have our wandering warrior, our cunning canine, our fierce fighter. It's Vegas!
That's me. Where's my token?
Right here.
Oh, there it is.
And their opponent, who needs no introductions, but we'll give it to him anyways. Oh, what just happened? My feed crashed.
No.
Uh-oh.
ah
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it signed me out.
saboteur. No.
Haha, slight detour.
Sign out time.
Boundary.
Vegas uses
timing.
stagecraft to create pillars of flame behind him, like you walk it up with pyrotechnics.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yeah, my observer's locked
Uh-oh.
What the?
because it disconnected.
Oh no.
I have to restart the thing.
Ah.
Technical difficulties.
Yep, small technical difficulties. It's gonna kick everyone for a second.
We'll have to leave the theater and come back in.
Absolutely vibing with the music choice, by the way.
Yeah, the Coliseum music is great.
That's like my childhood.
And if it'll kick up. I picked the absolute worst time to do this.
Oh, good.
Foundry, why?
Okay, should be up.
At least it's at the start rather than the middle.
Timing though.
Yeah.
Not even for a chance to cut to commercial to advertise the beef stroganoff.
May extend the session just a tiny bit if this runs over. But we're gonna try to see if we can finish this match.
Mhm.
It's
Here's
Vegas' entrance. He was too powerful.
Right?
All
How
lights go.
unfortunate.
All the lights go out and Ajax is dead.
Oh no.
Vegas goes to
Fucking-
jail.
Just fucking mangled.
Family Guy death pose.
Hey game, I wanted to log in the other screen as my game master. Thank you. Let me try this again. I even typed in my password, so I don't know what it was doing.
This actually reminds me of that one quest in Ironclaw we did.
Which one? That was like 10,000 years ago, I think.
The opera one where you had to look for the saboteur and you attacked with an organ gun.
Oh yeah, that one where we did the whole like to cut the string and get like launched up into the scaffolding by the sandbag and stuff. That was fun. That was very cinematic.
All right. Everyone back in yet?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm still loading.
Well, Gao's here, which is the more
Yeah.
important part. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, I'm going to pick up where we were left off, which was introducing the opponent. And their opponent, he who needs no introductions, but will give it to him anyways. Traveling from the Broken World for our special tonight. He's got game, he's got style. He'll keep you guessing till the very end. It's Ajax. And you will watch as a small, like, little purple rift will appear for a second, and you'll see Ajax jump out in front of you.
Whoa. Sick.
Now, combatants, I want to see a fair and clean fight down there. And by that, I mean total carnage and destruction. Are we ready? And you just hear as the crowd bursts into, like, roar. Alright,
Oh, nice.
begin! And we're going to get our initiative set up. Oh, interesting. There we go. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Man, that D4 carried you. Where did my...
The stars align. Fear their portents.
There we go. Bum, bum, bum. All right. All right. So we have the pre-match appeal to start. So we rolled the initiative. But right now, both combatants are going to make an appeal to the audience. You can either make a performance or an intimidation check. If both participants succeed, the match will get in star. What would you like to do, Vegas?
I'm going to beckon to Ajax. I'm gonna say to him, "You're gonna need to tell me what it's like later being the rung on somebody else's ladder."
Oh!
Alright, intimidation then.
Yeah. Not bad.
11 will not beat the DC, unfortunately.
Shit.
Ajax will, look to you. Are these the kind of insults that Louvain bring? Now I'm gonna have to send you back home with your tail between your legs. And he's going to summon his, polearm out of thin air. He did beat the DC.
Wow.
Alright. Luckily for you, you go first.
Yeah.
Let's actually get the combat music started. And go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Oh, groovy. Close the distance.
Alright.
Targeted. Oh, do I generate heat from making the appeal, or do I not because it didn't go off? Or is that if I forgo a turn to make an appeal?
So the
that I get
appeal
it?
is part of like the pre-game match, essentially. Both fighters do it. You can continue to make an appeal if you like. Again, that's part
No,
of
I'm
like
gonna lay
your
into him.
feature, because you can do that once per round if you haven't drawn heat from another
Got it.
source.
Got it. Okay, yeah. Anyhow, yeah, I'm just gonna get into it. Then.
All right.
Shoot.
Okay.
One more time.
Oh,
Wow,
hold
that's
on.
very sad.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. Juice result. Okay. So what was that? That first attack, was it 10 total?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we have to do pulls and catches, remember?
Right. I forgot.
Yep. Let's see. Alright, so he's gonna have to attempt to catch that first one. Which I believe is in acrobatics. 18's pretty good. He's only gonna be able to reduce his AC by 4, though. And that's not gonna be enough. And then, did you try to make another swing?
Yeah, and that one came out as 11.
Okay. He'll try to catch again.
Wow.
Yeah. Not even close. Let's see. I think those are both kind of botches, though.
Yeah. Strong start.
Yeah. Yeah, so both those attacks were considered botches, unfortunately. Which is not great for the match starting performance. Anything else?
That's it.
Alright. Alright. Ajax. Is gonna target you since you've gotten closer to him, and as bonus action, he is going to Hexblade curse you.
Oh, okay, got it.
So he has the potential of getting crits on 19 now.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. And then he's gonna start up with a halberd swing. Uh, 19, I assume hits. Not showing your AC. It's got a prompt.
Yeah, it's... Oh, it's... Why is it asking me for my clothesline? No.
Okay.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, so let's see. Pull. Part of making the attack, gonna have to make an athletics check. See if he can lower that just enough. Ooh, not great. Nope. So that one will unfortunately connect. Alright. And he's gonna go in for a backswing. Ooh.
Rough.
Yeah, I don't even think... Yeah, there's no way...
You cannot avoid annihilation.
Yeah, you can't catch that one no matter what.
Nah.
So we're off to kind of a rough start right now.
Yeah. We both just missed the hell out of each other. Vegas adjusts his head and is like, come on, focus.
Alright, you're up.
Yep. I will attack once again.
So
Can
he's
you
gonna,
catch that?
yeah, he's gonna have to catch it. It's pretty good. 20. Yeah, he can reduce that by up to 5. So yeah, he'll reduce that so that you're 1 shy.
Okay.
So good hit.
Here comes the next one. $17.
17.
Yeah.
That one is 1 over, so you're gonna have to make a pull.
All right. That's a D20, right?
It is a athletics check
Oh, okay.
because you're pulling your punch.
Mhm.
Let's see, 16. Let me check the chart.
Yeah.
16, so you can reduce that by up to 3 points. His AC is 16, so you can drop that down to 15 to be 1 shy.
Works for me.
Awesome. So you get off these 2 blows, just short each time. I mean, for you. And he reacts accordingly. He starts to play it off, looking like he's a bit more on the defensive now. That is 2 stars for this round. So,
Nice.
recovering from the horrible start we had.
I should have stretched.
Alright. Well, seeing you get in some hits, he is backing off. If you want to make a reaction swing, you can.
I super do. Wait, what? Oh, wait. Previous roll of greatsword not completed. Oh, it's because I didn't roll damage off that.
Yeah.
I'll just complete previous and then.
There we go.
22. You're at the pull on that one.
Yep. Shit.
Oh, there, roll damage.
Yep.
Alright. He catches that as he's trying to back off. You can hear the crowd react to that blow. And he backs up. And he turns around and he goes in for a swing like he is like making a thrust at you. And you watch as like the end of his spear kind of opens this small little purple rift and his spear goes through it and it starts to come at you from a different angle.
Oh.
Game's complaining about my range. Alright, he's gonna have to pull. Well, he can only pull that by 1, unfortunately, so that is going to hit. As the halberd comes flying out from your left and just like strikes you into the shoulder suddenly.
Ah, wow.
And then he is going to repeat the maneuver and try to attack you from a different angle.
Yeah, that meets and beats.
He's going to try to pull again. Very nice. So he can reduce it by 5, but it's still going to be over. Unfortunately, going to hit. And yeah. He will back off. That's the end of his turn. On to round 3.
Damn. So is it just that he has an extra 5 feet of range, or can he do that from anywhere?
The attack seems to be able to come from different directions, so you're not certain where the range limit is on his ability.
Okay. Well, time to keep at it. Sure hope I crit him. That'd be cool.
Alright. Well,
You called it.
Oh, wow.
You're not allowed to be that chill about doing that.
That's part of it. If Gal forces it, there's a risk of jinxing.
Wait, so
you
okay.
roll damage as normal, and the action is treated automatically as if it was one shy.
Sick.
So go ahead and roll your damage.
Holy shit.
Ooh, baby.
Nice, good hit. How do you land this blow on him after he had surprised you with these ranged attacks?
I'm going to close it because I assume he's got the halberd like pointed at me, right?
Yeah.
Like closing the distance, running up along the side of the halberd. I hit him with an uppercut thrust, right? Like a dragon punch, if you will, from his hip to his shoulder.
Yeah, he reels from that one, and you can hear the crowd just like cheer and roar in response. That was just one attack.
That was just one attack. Here comes the next one.
Pretty good. Try to pull.
Yep.
$22. You can reduce it by up to 5, which I think puts it at 18. So roll damage.
Yep.
So not botched hits. Not bad. You're keeping them from being botched, which is the important part.
Right.
Aspen doing vodka shots and just being like, see, that's more like it. That's... Now he's showing he on the ribbon.
Mm-hmm. Alright, yeah, that's my turn.
Alright. He's gonna make an appeal to the crowd. He turns, like, giving his halberd a little bit of a flare, dramatic flare as he does, and he looks back towards the crowd. Come now, you don't think this mutt's gonna have any best chance against me? He makes the DC.
Nice.
You hear the crowd cheering Ajax now in response. And because he made the appeal, he's gonna action surge.
Oh, baby.
Can Aspen just, like, shout into the arena?
I mean, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, Aspen's just gonna be like, wipe that smarmy grin off his face, Vegas!
Oh, gladly, so gladly.
Alright, you're gonna have to
So
catch
that's a
this
miss.
one.
Yeah. And that's acrobatics. Yeah.
That teetered off. That one is gonna botch, unfortunately. So he's gonna try again. The appeal definitely helped. You're gonna have to try to catch that one too.
Yep. Oh.
I couldn't tell what that one stopped on. It was glitched on my end.
7.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Well, the gaining of the star from his appeal and to the botch, so he evened out this turn. It is now round 4. What you thinking of doing? Don't forget, you got
thinking of
heat from that crit, too.
Yeah, I have it. Well, I can't do my favorite thing until I get more heat points.
Finishers are available after round 4.
Got it. Just reading something real quick. Oh. Yeah, I don't have enough heat. I'm gonna grapple him.
Oh. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna say he's gonna let you do it as part of the performance.
Sick.
So he's grappled now.
Okay, great. Let me see here. What is this? Okay, I don't have enough heat for that. Okay, now I'm gonna try and pin him.
Oh. Make another athletics check to see if you can knock him down. Ooh.
Nice.
He's gonna have to at least make it look somewhat believable. And then I'm gonna say he's gonna try to reduce. He's gonna start fighting back, and he ends up being a little bit more stubborn than he intended to. So you do not pin him.
Okay.
But no botches.
Good.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Alright. He is going to attempt to make a swing against you. Yeah, he's gonna try to use his curio to try to stab at you from a different angle while you have him grappled. What is that about? Okay. You will have to make a catch. Let's look at the thing. Reduce by 3. So I think it brings you down to 14, which does make that one shy.
Nice.
Perfect.
Oh.
Alrighty. So his spear or his halberd comes out, and this time you're ready for it, and you can see it coming in. And as it like gets close to you, you're able to like react in a way to make it look like you've been struck. And he's gonna attempt to do it again. Ah, damn, his rolls are not great tonight. You're literally having to pull in so much work.
Yeah.
Alright, another pull. Or catch.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, shoot.
Unfortunately, 10's not gonna be enough. So yeah, the second one will go a little wide there. And yeah, he is struggling in your grip at this point. Round 5.
Okie dokie. Is he still grappled?
Yeah, he didn't break free.
Can I try and pull his helmet off?
Ooh. Yeah. Give me another athletics check. 10. You go to grab at his helmet and try to pull at it, but he manages to resist, and you see it's on there pretty good.
That's fair.
Anything else?
I can't attack after that, can I?
I consider that part of like one of your attacks.
Okay, I'll do the next one then. And I'll try again to pin him.
All right. All right. Oh yeah, he goes down.
Excellent. And now, is the finisher an attack action in its own, or do I need to wait till my next turn to do it?
You don't have like a specific finisher set up yet, right? You just
No,
have
I
whatever
don't. I don't have my gimmick yet. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. You still have action surge, don't you?
I do.
You could use it through that.
Hmm.
Up to you.
It is up to me. Yellow action surge.
All right.
Where's that button? Okay, and then I'll just to finish him off. I'm going to, from the audience's perspective, it looks like I'm just going to drive my greatsword straight into his core. But it's off theater, I promise. Ah, shit.
That is one shy.
Oh, nice.
Casting no spell. If the action is one side, the match gains a star as it ends.
Nice.
Yeah, he doesn't have a way. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. No. That is it. You bring your greatsword down, and he like tosses the halberd to the side and tries to catch it for a second, and like grabs onto the blade, and you just kind of like drive it down into him. Clearly, and if you look close enough, you can see that a bit of that purple portal is like going over your sword, so it looks more believable,
Nice.
like you've stabbed him.
Very good, very good. I'm glad he played into it.
Oh yeah. And you just hear the crowd just erupt into a huge ass roar. And like some of them are like, some look like convinced that you like killed him.
Very good. How
And
many stars did we get?
I will tally that up in just a second. You hear the announcers shouting from the corner, "Winner! Vegas!" And you watch as literally everyone in the stands is just like standing up at this point, just like shouting, and stuff is just being thrown into the arena.
Aspen's
And
just yelling at
money?
the arena like, "Kill him! Finish it! Cut his head off!"
You also see off into the corner where the announcers are as they take a slight step back. You see the Burundi as he steps forward, and he is clapping at this point. And
To the Burundi. Are you entertained?
he smiles wildly. It was a great performance match tonight from our special guest from Louvain. So let me hear you, everyone in the crowd, cheer for Vegas. And you watch as a echoing roar kind of like pushes through, a little bit in like a wave, and you just hear your name being shouted over and over and over again.
Charlotte
Vegas punches
tries.
his fists into the sky.
Charlotte tries very hard to scream Vegas as loud as she can.
Ruin your voice.
Also,
I don't have thaumaturgy.
also, everybody eat at Sylvia's stall in the market and buy jewelry at oh shit, what's his name? Emil.
Oh shit, it's got it.
At Emil's stall in the market as well. Thank you.
Alright, tallying up stars here. Okay. Despite the rough start, you did end up with a 7-star match. So
Oh,
perfect
Let's
game.
go! I'm the
So,
fucking best.
You and Ajax both gained 2 popularity.
Holy shit, that puts Vegas at 4 now, I believe.
That
Yeah.
puts you up a tier as well. Once you pass tier 3, you go from C-list to curtain jerker. According to this.
She jerk on my curtain.
No!
God damn it, go.
Vegas the curtain jerker.
That's fucked. Alright, excellent, excellent. This is great news.
Oh,
This also means you're going to start building up crowds.
oh.
Dude, I'm so thrilled. I'm so thrilled that this is going so swimmingly for him.
Yeah, average crowd size at this level goes up to like 30 people. After that, it gets up to 100, 200, 1,000, 2,000, and then 10,000.
You could be
We're
the
actually-
Beatles.
Only 2 people, 2 population off from going to workmen. So you've only
Yeah,
skipped.
Oh,
you,
wow.
you, you are
Joker.
4 right now. It is 6 for the next level.
Oh,
Mhm.
next one, you gotta do it.
Oh, I'm so pleased.
Yeah, if you have another perfect match, you'll go up again. And I think that'll be a good place to end tonight.
Yep.
Oh, I got so
Mhm.
worried it was gonna be like a neutral
No,
because of the floundering.
I
No,
got
that,
this.
you guys
I
did
put
good
in the work.
recovering. There wasn't as many botches. They were getting counteracted, but some of the appeal helped. And your critical hits with your finishes also was just a good solid ending.
We gotta go to the next one ASAP. I want to see the next promotion.
My boy's famous.
You're a B-lister now.
Curtain jerker, it says right there.
All right. That is going to be the end of the session tonight. I'm glad everyone had fun. Sorry it took so long to get to your match, Vegas.
It's okay.
Yeah, we had
we
a
can
lot
just
of
Only
things
quietly
happen.
stating
If he
about
We
makes
it.
got sidetracked a lot.
If it makes you feel better, we get to start with your after party.
Well, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
And then I got the not prison break. I have a full plate next section.
Yeah, I was gonna try to like minimize it during the match because it's your time.
Aspen's just going to be sad that you didn't
Thank you,
execute him.
everybody. It was
Yeah.
wonderful. Bye bye.
Oh my gosh.
Good night.
Yay, shall get the match.
Good
Yeah,
night,
alright.
folks.
Good night. Thanks for running again, duo. It's
Good night.
great.
See you next week.
Bye.
Bye.